O la segunda computadora tengo que reiniciarla. Bueno.
No puedo.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 356th
Muy buenos días, bienvenidos a todos al curso número 356 de los buscadores del conocimiento de la Fundación Keshe. Hoy, jueves 26 de noviembre de 2020. Mi nombre es Rick Cramen y esperamos recibir al señor Mehran Keshe. Tengo entendido que está listo para comenzar. Buenos días, buenas a todos los que están escuchando este curso de conocedores de la Fundación. Seguiremos con el conocimiento universal. Hemos hablado de las emociones, hoy esperamos traer algo nuevo para ustedes. Ustedes comenzarán a familiarizarse con los trabajos de la Fundación. Entraremos en lo que es el conocimiento universal. Tendremos que aprender más y más. ¿Cómo encontramos nuestra posición ante estos conocimientos y el universo? Comprendiendo más. Lo importante es saber cómo trabajan los campos de energía. Que los campos se nos muestren y podemos ver cómo trabajan entre ellos. Esto es lo que tenemos que entender más cada vez. Durante centurias hemos mirado al cielo y hemos visto cómo se mueve el sistema planetario, cómo se posicionan los planetas entre ellos y las estrellas. Vemos que tienen un ritmo, tienen un campo unificado de los campos de energía y encuentran su posición de uno con el otro. Tenemos que ir viendo cómo interactúan unos con otros y con todos los otros objetos que hay en el universo. Nuestro planeta tiene una rotación alrededor del Sol en nuestro sistema solar y tiene un latido de su corazón. Hemos tratado de emular este movimiento de los planetas. Distintas maquetas donde vemos normalmente el Sol en el centro y los otros planetas y lunas girando.
and the understanding of the universal work, that we could put these moons, we could these planetary systems on their own to function.
Nunca hemos visualizado en poner los planetas en forma individual y las lunas en una posición determinada.
Planetary system moves in a specific way, in a specific position, and we could never really understand the interaction of the gravitational magnetic field.
Nunca hemos podido visualizar cómo trabajan los campos de energía entre los distintos planetas en el sistema solar. Los planetas no están conectados entre sí como con hilos para guiarlos. Trabajan en un campo de fuerzas magnético-gravitacionales que la posicionan continuamente. Hemos tratado de emular esto para el ser humano. Podemos copiar el movimiento de los planetas como tienen visto en la pantalla.
And then we come to understand that what we have as galaxies and
y ahí también emulamos el movimiento de la galaxia y todo el resto. Debemos comprender estos movimientos. Cómo nosotros nos podemos posicionar de acuerdo a esta emulación de los movimientos. Debemos desarrollar sistemas que pueden emular este sistema. Y que tengan un latido como el mismo sistema. Desarrollar distintos sistemas para que parezca un GPS de todo el sistema, que puedan replicar estos movimientos y posiciones. Estos conocimientos hasta ahora no hemos tenido y esperamos que a partir de hoy lo podamos ir comprendiendo. Estamos en el primer escalón en la búsqueda de este conocimiento de poder desarrollar esto. Hemos visto esa copia en una maqueta metálica hecha por la Universidad de Harvard. Y ahora podemos ver una imagen que no está conectada a nada ni. Y ahora mostramos un nuevo desarrollo que puede mostrarnos todos estos movimientos y todos esos enlaces entre una y otra de las estrellas y planetas y todo el resto. Esto primero será demostrado a 2 naciones en principio y después a todo el resto. Dentro de un momento irán comprendiendo cómo el hombre puede emular este movimiento del cosmos y cómo puede él relacionarse con él.
we don't need to make what we see as the moons that we saw in the workshop of the Keshe Foundation. This is the maximum we have managed to achieve. Placing magnets to create
No
position.
tendremos que emular como hemos hecho con la luna en la lámpara que hemos ofrecido en la fundación.
It has rotation, but the base cannot move.
La base de la luna no se puede mover, está en una posición magnética y no se puede mover, puede girar solamente.
That is an entity which can position itself in what we call its environment.
Puede posicionarse en su medio ambiente, pero esto es lo único que hemos podido desarrollar hasta ahora en forma de materia para emular esto. Hemos podido copiar lo que es gravitación en esta maqueta. Acá trabaja las fuerzas magnéticas y gravitacionales juntas para lograr este trabajo, esta maqueta.
Once you be able to create such a perpetual rotation in 3 dimensions, mankind will reach the pivotal point of maturity that it can control its 3-dimensional thoughts.
Una vez que podamos lograr este posicionamiento en las 3 dimensiones, podremos dominar los viajes en las galaxias, en los viajes intergalácticos. Estará relacionado con nuestras emociones, con las dimensiones de nuestra existencia. Y ahora agregamos al conocimiento del hombre, y a partir de ahora podemos vivir en un nuevo entorno. Está relacionado con el latir del ser humano. El ser humano hasta ahora no ha comprendido lo que se ha dicho de que he hecho al ser humano a mi imagen y semejanza. Ustedes han podido emular la copa del alma, pero le falta el latido de ustedes. Deben lograr esa conexión con la esencia de ese latido. Ustedes hasta ahora han logrado lograr similitudes, pero no han copiado correctamente todo el sistema. La idea es que a partir de ahora logren relacionarlo con vuestro latido. Esto será el siguiente paso para los buscadores del conocimiento. Les mostraremos cómo cada componente, cada planeta, cada luna trabaja en forma independiente. Cada objeto tiene su rotación particular y su posicionamiento particular y propio. We have reached the position not only to show the soul of the man can be contained in the dimension of what we call the heartbeat of the soul, podrán comprender cómo se relaciona vuestro latido con todos estos movimientos y con su cuerpo emocional y lograr posicionarse en todo esto, esta composición de movimientos y campos. Es inmensamente simple, pero esto es lo que tienen que lograr comprender. El hombre tiene que lograr comprender todo esto y poder relacionarse con todo este universo que tiene a su alcance y podrá ser usado para lograr cualquier desarrollo, cualquier conexión, cualquier necesidad de su alma original. Este es el primer paso para ir al universo. Esto es un pequeño paso, pero un salto monstruoso para la ciencia. Si comprenden esto, podrán comprender lo que es la cosmología, el mundo de la medicina y todo el resto. Le traeremos el sistema universal, donde todo se relaciona. Y con la colaboración del gobierno iraní y los chinos, traeremos esta tecnología a ustedes. Podrán ver una colaboración entre Irán y China para presentar todo este trabajo en una forma pacífica, lo que llamamos el próximo paso para la humanidad en el universo. Este conocimiento de esto será el próximo paso para la humanidad. Podemos alimentar a todo ser humano y todo animal. Podremos sanarlos. Reemplazaremos todo el sistema de satélites con unos sistemas nuevos donde pueden lograr todo esto. Estos sistemas que alimentarán nuestra alma original y nuestra alma podrá alimentar el alma de la fisicalidad y todo el resto. Con los equipos de Irán y China lograremos mostrarles todo este trabajo. Le mostraremos esto sin necesidad del desarrollo de fuerzas y potencias, donde el ser humano logrará la paz mundial. En este punto estamos en la Fundación Keshe y es lo que les presentamos. traeremos esta comprensión a todos los buscadores del conocimiento para comprender toda esta relación universal. Todos los misiles nucleares pasarán a ser obsoletos. Llegará al punto de que el ser humano no comprenderá qué son estos nombres, estos objetos que están solo para destruir a la humanidad. Compartimos este conocimiento con todos ustedes para que desarrollen todo este nuevo entendimiento. Hemos desarrollado esto para que lo comprendan, lo estudien y lo difundan. Un segundo, por favor. Comprendiendo este proceso, para poder comprender y entender toda esta estructura, este cambio, debemos comprender cómo trabajan todos estos campos de energía en el universo. Un momento, por favor. Tengo que aparentemente atender alguna urgencia.
Se escucha un poco tu auricular, John.
Disculpen esto. Deberán comprender cómo trabajan e interactúan todos estos campos en el universo, que puede permitir el movimiento de todos en el universo. Ustedes podrán emular lo que es el posicionamiento y la vida en cualquier lugar del universo. No crearemos un sistema dinámico anclado a un cierto lugar, sino un sistema dinámico relacionado a las fuerzas magnético-gravitacionales para poder lograr esa libertad en el universo, ese posicionamiento, ese giro, ese desplazamiento, utilizando los campos del universo. Podremos replicar cualquier sistema. Podemos crear y emular sistemas magnéticos gravitacionales para posicionarnos donde deseemos.
twisted. In a way, we become locked into the fields of the universe.
En vez de atarnos a lo que es la materia, lo que conocemos hasta hoy, estaremos atados a lo que son las fuerzas magnético-gravitacionales, los campos de energía en el universo. Parecería algo muy inalcanzable. Demostraremos, pero sin tener que complicarle la vida con sistemas muy complicados. Podrán comprenderlo en una manera mucho más simple. Como si fuera un sol que estuviera por sí mismo, independiente de todo el resto. Podemos crear un sistema como si fuera de la Tierra, que sea independiente de todo el resto y esté todo relacionado a él para posicionarnos donde querramos, atados a nuestro latido.
Which means not only we will create the heartbeat, we can create the circulation of the blood system, we can create the condition.
No solo crearemos nuestro latido, sino toda la circulación de nuestra sangre, donde está relacionado a nuestro cuerpo, pero sin la sangre. Emular todo esto.
His base amino acid will have no more what we call accessibility by other fields to interact, to endanger the life and the position of the soul of the man.
Nuestros aminoácidos no estarán relacionados a otros aminoácidos para tenernos atados a ellos.
Contain the soul of the man in his strength, in conjunction with the soul, that in the future man can take any position in the universe.
Emularemos este sistema sanguíneo de cada uno para que pueda posicionarse en cualquier lugar donde desee en el universo.
Massive development in the process of mankind. And in the same time, and at the same time, we will come to understand more about the work of our own system.
Y al mismo tiempo comenzaremos a comprender cómo funciona todo nuestro sistema, nuestra relación con él.
In a way, we understand more about our work. In a way, we understand more about how in the future mankind will be able to travel the spans of the universe.
Empezaremos a comprender cómo el ser humano, cada uno de nosotros podrá relacionarse con el universo y viajar en dicho universo, posicionarse donde desee.
In that process, mankind will enter to understand the totality of its creation.
El ser humano comenzará a comprender la totalidad de su creación.
We will see the next step development.
En cierta forma, iremos comprendiendo el próximo paso al desarrollo
We play
de esta tecnología.
show the yellow first, and then when I ask you, you release the video. What we show you first is for scientific reasons and security reasons. You will see that we have managed the structure of the enhancement unit sitting on the pole, where in that position we see detachment, we see the freedom.
A mi hija me apagó un volumen y ahora perdí parte de la traducción.
This is to show that there is no motors attached, and the solar system is within this pole. This is to show, for the first time, we don't use anything which mankind is used to. Could you show the video, please?
¿Podría mostrar el video, por favor?
Will be and is one of the cornerstones and major breakthroughs in the world of cosmology and physics. Now we can replicate the work of electrons and protons. We can replicate every cell.
Con esta comprensión podremos emular y comprender el movimiento del protón y del electrón dentro de un átomo.
In understanding this,
Comprendiendo
we
esto,
open a new era.
abriremos una nueva era de la ciencia.
This technology is a major breakthrough. As you watch this video, you understand why.
A medida que miren este video, podrán ir comprendiendo por qué.
The ball is like the sun on Earth, rotating on its own axis and taking a solar circulation. As you see,
Podrán ver cómo esa bolita gira por su cuenta y va posicionándose como en el sistema solar, en forma independiente de todo.
Now, by adding more structures like this in this sphere, we can replicate Earth and its moon rotating at the same time.
Ahora, agregando más componentes a esta maqueta, podremos ir comprendiendo la relación de los planetas, las lunas y todo el resto en el sistema planetario.
As we will produce energies which is absorbed within the energy of the liquid, and then we can drain that to feed, to create new conditions.
Podremos generar energía dentro de este sistema y drenando esa energía podremos alimentar a todos los que están ligados a ella. Es la copia de nuestra propia existencia. Esto es algo totalmente nuevo en la ciencia que conocemos.
In what we call creation of motion and creation of the whole structure, we use the totality of the understanding of the creation of the speed, motion, and life as is in the universe.
Aquí podremos emular todo lo que es el movimiento, desplazamiento en el universo. Y podremos ir relacionándolo a todo esto para poder comprender cómo podemos trabajar con ello. El trabajo del tokamak en Suiza y Francia se ha terminado. Acá tienen todo para la comprensión de cómo trabajan todas estas fuerzas. En una forma muy simple, en una forma micro, no macro.
This video will be shown for centuries to come. If man understands this first time on this planet, man has matured to understand the work of the universe.
El hombre ha madurado para comprender todo este movimiento en el universo.
We will show you how the light will be created in this system. But there is one point. In a coming time, there shall be no liquid in this world.
Podrán ir visualizando lo que es la luz en todo esto, pero lo podrán ver sin líquido para que todo esto se desplace por sí mismo. en miniatura, con la misma tecnología.
In a way, mankind has entered the real phase of universal development of technologies which will change the course of humanity, makes whatever be done up to now obsolete.
El hombre podrá desarrollar esta tecnología comprendiéndola y esta sustituirá toda la tecnología que conocemos hasta el día de hoy.
In so many ways, this video, in its simplicity,
En muchas maneras, la simplicidad de este video es el comienzo de este nuevo
if you understand it,
entender.
in due course, as I said, with collaboration with the Chinese and the Iranians,
Con la colaboración de los iraníes y los chinos, podremos ir enseñando todo esto.
in a short time, and to Beijing to complete the work with the two nations. Then
Viajaré a Beijing y a Taiwán para poder ir desarrollando todo esto con estas
allow,
naciones.
if the Americans accept the whole peace treaty, to be shared with them.
Y si Estados Unidos acepta la paz mundial, podremos ir
All present satellite systems,
compartiendo todos estos conocimientos con ellos.
with it, with delivery systems, which with it will stop the infection of the viruses on this planet.
Esto detendrá todo lo que es la infección de los virus que nos afectan hasta ahora.
On my return to Beijing in coming days and Tehran, we rapidly in our negotiations complete this directly
En los
with the
próximos
scientists.
días viajaré a
The free
Teherán y
access will be
Beijing
given to both nations
para
simultaneously.
ir
There are more
mejorando este
which
desarrollo y
needs
compartiéndolos
to
con
complete
todos.
At that point, we reached negotiation with the European community that no arms shall be made on this
En los próximos días también esperamos
cornerstone
lograr
change.
el entendimiento con toda la comunidad europea
We shall be able
para lograr la
to feed
paz.
the nations through satellite systems. But no man will sleep hungry and receives what it needs.
Y mediante los
day and
sistemas
night.
que tienen
The
hasta
way we
hoy,
receive,
podremos alimentar a la humanidad entera.
we don't lock to you, we make it available that the soul and the soul of the man takes what it needs.
Ustedes tendrán la capacidad de tomar lo que vuestra alma y
What will change the course?
vuestras moléculas
This is
internas
technology
físicas
of the
necesiten.
universal community, which is getting delivered in step by step to scientists that can understand it and committed to peace for creation of the next generation of man, peaceful man and man of universe.
Esto es para desarrollar todo lo que es el hombre en la paz
That heartbeat,
y en el universo.
cornerstone of existence, showing
Será la piedra fundamental de nuestra existencia.
being able to release energies of the plasma at a given rate that
Podremos ir desarrollando
everything tunes. We have a heartbeat,
el desarrollo y el
heartbeat of the earth, and the heartbeat of the earth tunes to the heartbeat of the sun, and the heartbeat of the sun
emular todo lo que es
tunes to the heartbeat of the
la
galaxy.
entrega de las distintas energías atadas a nuestro latido del corazón y el latido del universo.
We have access and the knowledge to achieve this point.
En este momento
In so
tenemos
many ways,
la posibilidad de lograr todo este entendimiento.
in this ball, as you see rotating, and with its heartbeat, can be
Como
moved by
pueden ver con esta bolita, la forma que se desplaza y tiene su latido
do we need to create
puede
the
relacionarse
change
con el
physicality to
entorno.
suffer, or through this technology,
Podrán ver
create the
que
change
no necesita relacionarse con
that
el
the
dolor
life will change
que
the course
hasta
of
ahora
humanity.
hemos tenido
And in
que
so many
sufrir
ways,
la humanidad.
we have shown the first step to life without dependence on a physical condition, unless we choose to.
A partir de ahora,
As I said,
no necesariamente tenemos
it's the
que
time for
entrar en
knowledge
sufrimiento
to be
si no lo
released, that
deseamos.
mankind within the next 4 months from now be able to
En los próximos 4 meses el ser humano podrá relacionarse directamente con la población universal. El hombre creará el nuevo ciclo de su relación y podrá entrar en la nueva era de la comunidad universal. Y de a poco iremos enseñándoles todo este desarrollo con su relación con el universo y desligarnos de la necesidad de alimentarnos. Estaremos relacionados a una nueva estructura. Esto hará que los actuales satélites sean obsoletos. Veremos también cómo estos dos países irán desarrollando todas estas técnicas y en los próximos 2 años verán cómo todas las computadoras que tenemos hasta hoy serán obsoletas y podremos neutralizar toda la destrucción del medio ambiente por el ser humano. Esto es lo que el ser humano ha estado esperando, este gran cambio. La relación entre la energía universal y su entorno, para que tenga una energía totalmente gratis, sin relacionarse con el deterioro de algo. El hombre no deberá matar y tampoco necesitará alimentarse, como lo has hecho hasta hoy. Esto no se necesitará en el próximo futuro. La cabeza de la fundación irá relacionándose con los distintos países para la paz y además para educar al ser humano en todo esto, para que todo ser humano pueda recibir estos conocimientos a cambio de la paz. Los representantes de cada uno de los distintos idiomas en el Consejo Universal tendrán la obligación de lograr esta comunicación con los distintos países para lograr esta paz. Y es mediante el conocimiento poder desplazar toda la necesidad de lo que es energía y alimento, para que ningún ser sobre la tierra se muera por falta de alimento. Crearemos sistemas donde el león y el cordero estarán juntos, dormirán juntos, sin agredirse. Ahora han visto el primer paso, donde no solo nos comunicamos a través de estos sistemas, sino que alimentaremos todos los sistemas. Para que cada uno de los seres que han sido invitados a este sistema puedan ir desarrollando todo esto. Es la decisión de cada ser humano elegir el camino que quiere seguir. Con este simple video damos bienvenida al ser humano a este nuevo paso con este conocimiento universal. Estos científicos en los próximos días podrán ir recuperando este conocimiento y desarrollarlo para lograr todo esto, este cometido que hemos ido puesto en nuestro camino. Serán pasajeros de este universo, a tal punto que en nuestro planeta le faltará población. El ser humano tendrá que ir buscando nuevos recursos y nuevas maneras para que sin sufrimiento y sin hambre y sin falta de recursos pueda ir desarrollando todo esto en el universo. Prometo que llevaré al ser humano al universo. Este es el nuevo paso. Me he desligado de la fundación de a poco. He pasado toda la responsabilidad al Consejo Universal para poder ir logrando estos cometidos. Esta estructura que hemos formado es única y no está relacionado con todo lo que la humanidad ha hecho hasta ahora. Es un nuevo paradigma, una nueva enseñanza. Cada uno podrá desarrollar su simple forma de cumplir con proveer todas sus necesidades. Y de a poco iremos enseñándoles paso a paso más de todo esto. Iremos enseñándole a todos ustedes que están enteramente relacionados con la fundación para que cada uno de ustedes pueda ir enseñando todo esto al resto de la población y a la humanidad. Esto es un sistema que tiene su propia vida, su propio entender, su propio latir, su propia alma. Podrán dominar la comunicación de vuestra alma para no necesitar entender todos los idiomas, todas las comunicaciones. Le damos bienvenida a todos. Mientras estén comprometidos con la paz.
knowledge seekers. When this system runs in the lab, everything is evolves and works around it.
Mientras cada uno de estos desarrollos que íbamos haciendo en laboratorio y se pueda aplicar al resto del entorno, iremos evolucionando. Iremos comprendiendo cómo la estructura del plasma maneja todo en el universo. Hemos comenzado un nuevo camino para la humanidad. El conocimiento otorgado por los distintos profetas en la historia está libremente accesado por todos. La humanidad lo único que pide es la paz mundial. Irán y China nos proveerá todo este conocimiento para ir cambiando, logrando este nuevo cambio en el camino. Y que el hombre no tenga que vivir para proveer las necesidades, sino que las tendrá a mano. Las podrá proveerse por sí mismo. Le damos la bienvenida, pero también los estaremos vigilando, que nadie se desvíe del camino. ¿Algunas preguntas?
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. And as usual, I advise the attendees that they can raise their virtual hands, and we can acknowledge you and allow you to speak.
Los que están escuchando podrán levantar su mano virtual. Las enseñanzas de los días miércoles tendrán un nuevo sabor a partir de ahora. Esperamos que usted nos pueda proveer de nuevas claves para todo esto.
In a way, is the process development of the totality of the knowledge we have taught over years.
Yes, you spoke about this phenomenon many times.
Esta es la concreción de la totalidad de los conocimientos que le he estado vertiendo en los próximos años y los seguiremos desarrollando.
So you mentioned like three main aspects, which is the rotation and the heartbeat, and then I call it the revolution, or around the center. So we see all of that going on in this video here. And someone mentioned in YouTube, before we even saw the video, let me see if I can get the quote here.
Alguien en YouTube mencionó antes de ver este video, que aparentemente es japonés el que hizo este comentario.
Although we've been told there's no frequency in the universe. And then after he saw the video, I commented back to him, is it frequency or is it a heartbeat? And we can see there's like a frequency to the rotation. You could say technically in a sort of scientific way, but it's more of a heartbeat. It's not a regular rotation. It's actually more like a beat to it than a frequency usually has a regular wave to it. This is irregular. It's not a. You can see it rotates a bit, and then it jogs a bit, and rotates a bit. And it's a heartbeat. That's the best way to describe it.
The beauty of it is, if you look at it, is rotating on its own axis, like Earth, but it's rotating in the same circle within the cup of field.
Esta persona en YouTube dice, está relacionado el latido corazón con la frecuencia. Sí, tratamos de buscar la relación en la materia y no pensamos en que los campos de cada ser, sea la bolita, sea el entorno, son todos campos de energía que se relacionan. La Tierra y el Sol se relacionan entre ellos y se intercambian energías, se atan y se dan tiempo de giro y de rotación. Cada uno de los sistemas tiene su libertad, pero está relacionado entre ellos y buscan su equilibrio. El alma de este sistema no está en la bolita, está en el centro de ese entorno, de esa vasija con líquido.
Like the Earth and the Moon, will have their own rotation. In a way, we can make replication of the solar system in a container.
Podemos replicar un sistema como el sistema solar en un contenedor, en un recipiente.
As it says in the background, one planet, one nation,
como dice en el fondo, un planeta, una nación, una raza, un conocimiento, una tecnología.
As you can see in the shape of the structure inside, when you look, it looks like a face. It's got two eyes and a nose.
Si miran la bolita, parecería que tuviese una nariz y dos ojos. Se parece como un planeta.
Maybe the knowledge seekers in the coming time will bring a new dimension to it. But as I said, my prime
Posiblemente en el próximo futuro los buscadores del conocimiento podrán buscar una relación a todo esto.
Which means in a rapid way we will deliver food into these nations through this new satellite system. In a way, the scientists will make
A través de sistemas similares a esto podemos relacionar satélites que puedan ir proveyendo el alimento a la humanidad.
There shall be no need for education institute as we deliver the knowledge through these systems.
Esto también podrá proveer todo el conocimiento. No hace falta tener que ir a una institución para ir a aprender.
KF SSI will teach internationally through the nations, not through the website of the Keshe Foundation.
La Fundación Keshe irá enseñando a través de las distintas naciones y no a través de la fundación.
With the head of the education of the Keshe Foundation and the heads of what we call medical and agriculture to negotiate through new understanding with the nations. Where do we need to grow to feed, or do we feed the soul of the man through these satellites?
Podremos ir alimentando a cada alma, proveer las necesidades que tiene, sin tener que hacer crecer la agricultura y todo el resto. Rápidamente, en este momento, ustedes podrán ir proveyendo toda esta tecnología para satisfacer la necesidad del ser humano. Traeremos igualdad y paz a todos en el mundo. Irán será el primer escalón que traerá esta paz al mundo.
From Tel Aviv directly to the heads of the Iran nations as they were alive. In a way, the Iranian leadership has to understand, as their appointed leader spoke in the teaching, that the Iranian nation, according to his ethos of Shia, is a peaceful nation, and it stays with the rules of Zoroaster.
Irán seguirá siendo un país pacífico y podrá entenderse con el resto. Comprendan que en los últimos 40 años no ha habido ningún tipo de relación entre la nación hebrea e Irán. El conocimiento trajo la barrera de esta incomunicación. Los científicos iraníes y hebreos se han comunicado, pero los políticos han cortado todo tipo de relación, de comunicación. Por este medio invitamos a todos los científicos hebreos que se unan a los científicos iraníes para ir desarrollando toda esta tecnología. Que se logre la paz a través de este conocimiento de paz y de entendimiento.
Both in Tehran and Tel Aviv to share is a huge step in peace in the Middle East, where we are invited to return back to Tel Aviv and learn from them and share with the Iranian scientists and Iranian leadership that people can talk while nations and heads of nations find excuse. With knowledge, there is no war.
Con conocimiento no hay necesidad de guerras. Esperemos lograr este entendimiento entre las naciones y en plena paz, donde las dos naciones podrán hablar entre ellas. Agradecemos a la nación iraní haber tomado este gran paso para comenzar a hacer todo esto. Ahora tenemos un gobierno y un grupo
to bring peace.
de población en Irán que pueda ir a desarrollar todo esto en el entendimiento con todos.
Any other question?
¿Alguna otra pregunta?
Yes, we have Salamia with the hand up first, and then John Bliven after that.
Tenemos a Salomea y a John Bliven.
Hello, Salamia, can you unmute?
¿Puedes abrir tu micrófono, Salomea?
Go to John.
She did have a question in the Q&A about can you help ITER dealing with the tokamak to find a solution to their research?
John Bliven pregunta si se puede lograr una comunicación con el tokamak para mejorar la tecnología que están tratando de desarrollar. Y Keshe dice que esa tecnología ya es obsoleta.
Good morning, John. How are you?
Buenos días, John. ¿Cómo estáis?
So the creator of that ball has the ability through his emotions to determine what that ball can create.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
El creador de esa bolita ha logrado el desplazamiento y su relación.
You understand this very quickly. The process is, as we mentioned, in the universal system enhancement unit for the evolution and development of the humanity. In so many ways, the universal systems become the backup and become part of the essential of life on this planet for the human race. As the satellite will provide the basic, these systems will enhance and eradicate any damages and needs. In a way, when we introduce
Iremos desarrollando unos satélites que funcionan como esto y que puedan ir mejorando toda la relación con el planeta y desplace todo el problema de la necesidad de la salud y de la alimentación. Será entregado en las próximas semanas y esto tendrá, estos instrumentos tendrán todo el desarrollo dentro de ellos para cumplir con esta necesidad.
Which means we will see a rapid enhancement of the soul and the physicality of illnesses. As I said, within 3 to 5 minutes, when the system is fully matured, we'll eradicate any cancer, we'll eradicate any condition.
Estos sistemas podrán erradicar un cáncer en 5 minutos.
Be curing, we're going into these systems to keep tuned.
Estos sistemas no curarán, harán que todos los sistemas entren en sintonía para que no se enfermen. El físico del hombre vive todo lo que desea el alma original de él.
This doesn't mean that the end of physical life. This means maturity to the physicality and physical life. And all this will be completed on 21st of March next year. We have 4 months.
Todo este desarrollo será completado para el 21 de marzo del año que viene. Así que en los próximos meses tenemos una ardua tarea para lograr la transferencia de todos estos conocimientos y desarrollo.
we can have individual systems.
¿Podremos tener sistemas individuales que cumplan con todo esto? Sí.
Can anybody hijack your soul? So you have created
¿Alguna vez alguien ha
to a bigger dimension, to the soul.
secuestrado vuestra alma? No. Entonces el alma es la que tiene la libertad para elegir el camino que quiere desarrollar.
You're welcome. I think you're one of the first ones who will see this technology in work in Arizona.
Creo que tú serás uno de los primeros en ver este desarrollo en Arizona.
Any other question?
¿Alguna otra pregunta?
Questions in the Q&A that are similar, so I'll put them together. One from Antonio, who says, Mr. Keshe, this is amazing. The ball rotating has a heartbeat. Is that what makes it move? And then Hassan says,
Antonio preguntó si es el latido
the rotation
que hace girar esta bolita.
comes from the interaction of the fields inside it. The rotation within the ball comes from the interaction from the inside and outside.
La bolita gira por la relación entre los campos de energía dentro de la bolita y fuera de su entorno. No está atado al latido de la bolita.
So many ways, yes. Yes.
Este movimiento está desarrollado por el amor y sí, en cierta forma sí, está atado a todo lo que tiene que ver con el amor.
They have a peaceful and beautiful soul which continuously during development is present. That's why we kept it this way. Because it's part of the essence and essential part of the creating such a position.
El amor es el causante del desarrollo de todo esto. Y esto es lo que tienen que ir comprendiendo. Todo atado a la paz.
No one at this moment in the research center is there by their own choice. They've been brought to be.
Nadie en los laboratorios de la fundación están por elección propia. Han sido elegidos para ir desarrollando todo esto. No solo tenemos un encierro en el entorno de las naciones, sino que dentro de nuestro laboratorio también, para ir desarrollando todo esto. Estamos en una extraña fase en este momento. Toda alma tiene que empezar a encontrar su paz y a través de ella ir desarrollando todo esto.
Okay, we have several hands up here now. I'll go back to Salamia and see if she can speak there now.
Veremos qué es lo que desea preguntar Salomea. Después tenemos a Jalal.
Go ahead, Salamia.
Adelante, Salomea.
It's a big day today. It's a covenant day. It's a covenant between.
Es un gran día hoy. Es
the soul of humanity, the soul of peace, the soul of knowledge together. My question is about the actual researcher from the world, from ITER, which dealing with tokamak, and from CERN. How we can help them to accept this new paradigm of
They don't need to accept. Sorry, their job is obsolete.
absolute.
It's not accepting.
Yes.
They have to add to their knowledge and see what.
¿Cómo podemos hacer que los científicos en el tokamak
They use
puedan ir
megawatts,
comprendiendo
kilowatts of
esto?
energy. We
Y
use
Keshe dice, no,
microwatts.
todo esto es obsoleto. No es cuestión de gastar enormes, infinitas de energía para desarrollar algo cuando
I
con
understand. Will be everything will
poco
be
y nada
obsolete,
se puede
and it's
lograr
not, it's not
mucho
another way
más.
to do it.
The thing
They-
is, no, it's the
Son los
obsolete in
ellos
the
que tienen que ir
tools of the man,
despertando.
but addition to the knowledge of the man. The two different things. We add to the knowledge built on the knowledge of the past, but the present systems become obsolete because the new knowledge makes them obsolete.
Este nuevo conocimiento hace que todos esos conocimientos que los han desarrollado
Now we still fly in jumbo jet and we still see people
esta
using the donkey,
ciencia,
and we even pay to get on the donkey to have the joy of how
estos
access is
científicos todavía vienen viajando
but I never get on the
arriba
horse.
de un asno, un
This is
burro,
what it is.
cuando el resto de la
The
civilización anda en sus coches y en sus aviones.
technology of today will take the knowledge and add to their present knowledge, because the present CERN system is obsolete mechanically, physically.
Yeah.
Unless major adoptions have been applied.
They are aware of your knowledge or not.
That's their problem. A lot of people are aware of a lot of things. We don't sit for people to be aware of. We develop and we deliver for people to learn new technology.
Nosotros no estamos aquí para enseñarles a ellos. Ellos tienen que aprender. Nosotros estamos desarrollando todos estos nuevos
I
conocimientos.
can notice. Even they themselves, they are, they don't know what to do after fix. You know.
There's nothing you can do. We gather knowledge, and this knowledge will become handy somewhere down the line. It's not that we wasted time, but remembering what we researched on becomes important.
Yes, I'm so happy to hear you today, and I am very confident now in bringing peace on this
Tengo
planet.
plena confianza en su entendimiento y su traída de la paz con
It's
esto.
very important to find all this pure soul, peaceful soul, which can help you. Because together we are the totality. I think so.
In a way, we take the next step. For example, in the coming weeks, we show the new computers developed through the system.
Nosotros estamos abriendo este nuevo entendimiento y en las próximas semanas tendrán acceso a estas nuevas computadoras que están mucho más avanzadas que lo que se está usando hasta hoy.
I'll guide them to show. It's the way I work. I don't sit and make things. I sit and guide the scientists to add, and they develop.
Irán y China irán desarrollando esto. Yo les iré mostrando el camino para este nuevo desarrollo. Estas nuevas computadoras son unos bancos de conocimiento y de relación todo esto será desarrollado para la paz, no para la agresión y la guerra.
The knowledge is shared through the soul, not through the physicality.
Todos estos conocimientos serán desarrollados a través del alma y no a través de la fisicalidad de la materia. Estamos trabajando a otro nivel.
I also sent you from my soul. When you interrupt a little bit your speech, I sent all my love because I feel it. You had something, I don't know what, but I just sent to you from the soul, and I hope you feel it to enhance you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, much love.
Thank you very much.
Yes. I will do all the time for
Thank
you,
you very much.
for all peaceful people on this earth, to enhance our soul, to be strong, and don't be afraid of anything around us, because only the soul is a unique force and the unique cohesion force on our totality. I believe too much on the soul of man and the soul of the universe. You find, with the help of Creator, you find finally the truth. God bless you, Mr. Keshe. Much love. I love you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your kindness. We have to understand that we have not.
Gracias por todos los conceptos de amor.
We have built on the present knowledge of man that he could follow and understand. That
comprendan que hemos ido construyendo todo esto en base a la base de conocimiento que ya tenía el hombre.
And as has been tested, sits within the structure of the souls of those who suffered, and now it's time for them to become wise and through that wisdom to become rich. Richness for humanity.
Rich in knowledge.
Contentment.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other question?
Jalal.
Yes, we have a couple more hands up here. Kay, would you like to go ahead?
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Keshe.
Hi, good morning, Kausha. Are you okay?
Yes. God bless you. Beautiful knowledge, beautiful information. Thanks for sharing. You might have probably already dismissed it. The question is, the ball which is rotating in this setup hasn't actually manifested itself through the field stress that you have created the object, physically a body in there, and then created the field for it to rotate the way it does.
We have created the ball in a specific way, and we have created the environment for it.
Hemos creado esa bolita en su momento y el entorno para lograr emular todo este movimiento, esta vida. Esta es la caja del universo para mostrarles a ustedes cómo trabaja el universo. En el futuro crearemos nuevos campos de fuerza donde no necesitarán el líquido para que se desplace esto. Y lo fantástico es cómo uno puede transferir los pensamientos de uno hacia este sistema. Emula el cuerpo del ser humano. Y esto es la forma para comprender cómo se relaciona la parte emocional con la parte física y todo el entorno de un ser.
This is part of the new satellite system to replace the present satellite.
Esto es parte del nuevo sistema de satélite que reemplazará el que se está usando hasta el día de hoy.
The production cost of the system in front of you is less than $2.
El costo de producción de un sistema como este que está viendo no tiene más de un costo de un par de dólares. Cualquiera puede producir esto en su casa. Yo les he dado la copa de la vida y esta es la copa del universo para que ustedes puedan tomar de ella. Les costará un poco de tiempo a ustedes para ir comprendiendo todo esto.
As I was told, I don't know if I'm correct, today is Thanksgiving Day in the United States. And in that purpose, in that direction,
hoy, tengo entendido, es un día de festividad en Estados Unidos.
Thank you very much, Coach.
We've got Gatwa up next. Gatwa, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Keshe.
Good morning, Mr.
Gatwa está haciendo la pregunta en este momento.
Thank you very, very much for this golden age of knowledge. Man, I welcome this gift to
Muchas gracias por esta nueva era dorada para el ser humano.
hopefully, I hope that this spreads throughout the world.
Y espero que esto se desparrame a todo el mundo.
We are on the road in the coming days and weeks.
Estamos en el camino, en los próximos días y meses.
Who will be transferred knowledge
Transferiremos todo este
and through
conocimiento.
it very rapidly to create the next steps of development of rapid technologies to make the present war tools obsolete. That's the prime goal. And this
Este
is why we are
desarrollo es
looking
para
to the
hacer que
Chinese
todas
nation
las armas de guerra sean
and
obsoletas.
Iranian isolation. The two peaceful nations can collaborate in a very rapid way.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe. I definitely welcome peace throughout the world. Now, I have a question. Since this unit, this system is intelligent, and I am assuming that the creator of this system communicates with it, and others, such as ourselves, wherever we are, have access to that communication with the system, so remotely.
In a way, this knowledge is not a secret knowledge. It's a knowledge which already exists in the universal community. When a man taps into the universal knowledge,
Este conocimiento de cómo se relaciona esto a cada uno de nosotros es un conocimiento que ya existe en el universo. Debemos ir aprendiendo esta relación entre distintos sistemas para lograr esta comunión entre todos los sistemas.
two people can sit and make the same system. One will work and one will not, because the intention of the soul will count on it.
Esto está encerrado con la intención de cada uno que pueda ir desarrollando esto. Para algunos funcionará y a otros no. Todo depende de la intención. Es un sistema muy inteligente.
What you see is for what we call the scientists of today, if you really go down to, is non-existence. We see it in our planetary system, we see it on the solar system, we see it how our galaxy floats on the ocean of fields of the universe, but we have never managed up to now to replicate it. Now we can. Now we have entered a new era.
Hasta ahora hemos visto cómo todos nuestros sistemas planetarios solares funcionan y no hemos podido emularlos. En este momento hemos logrado esa emulación y relacionarlos para poder buscar la solución a todos nuestros problemas. Deberemos aprender a cómo relacionarlos con esto y desarrollarlo. Esto viene a cambiar todo lo que fue el desarrollo del Magrar, con el cual no se logró el cometido.
Okay, we've got Dean, I think, is next here. And that's
I was muted. I was asking, but I was muted. I muted myself. Sorry. So I had a final question. How long, Mr. Keshe, will mankind now be free? Will take to be free of hunger and disease now that the system is already in place?
¿Dentro de cuánto tiempo
Can you do a check, please? Righty.
podrá?
Who is this Baba Jan? Can you remove it or keep it if you know who it is in your attendees?
I believe that person has been here before.
Can we clarify? Could you clarify in the background who it is? Thank you very much.
Está por alguien que figura en la lista ahí y está pidiendo explicación de quién es y cuáles son sus intenciones.
Okay. Yes, carry on, Dr. Gatwa. Dr. Gatwa hasn't finished this question.
Yes, Mr. Keshe. My last question was, how long will man now take to be completely free of disease and free of hunger now that the system is already in place?
Gato pregunta dentro de cuánto tiempo será este desarrollo para eliminar el hambre y lograr la paz. Y aunque dice que eso depende de los gobiernos.
Secondly, we see a large number of Iranians within the new administration have been given position and the ear of the president. We see in the new administration in America a way for humanity to change course, but in a way we can never leave it to the Americans to do it. We work through what we call the two nations. We don't give it all to one nation that becomes exclusivity and we have problem in the future. We share it between the two, Iran and China. That with it,
este desarrollo se ha logrado a través de Irán y China. No lo podemos dárselo a una nación sola, pues sabemos cómo una nación quiere avasallar al resto normalmente.
Will strive to position it very rapidly because it gives them upper hand. Nations who spend billions in satellite try to stop it. That's why we go between the Iran and the Chinese and the others.
Hay naciones que tienen el desarrollo de infinidad de satélites y la intención de ellos es detener todo esto. Pero este desarrollo viene a pasar por encima de todo esto.
As I said to the heads of KF Foundation, you were hoping to teach and set up the KF Foundation, KF SSI, to set up a set net and give you the heads of nations, which give it to you freely for you to teach their citizens.
Yo les he dado todo este desarrollo libremente, sin ataduras, para que puedan aprender y enseñar todo esto.
Because this teaching has to be brought in under the cover of the nations where they teach all their citizens. And as I said,
Esto tiene que llegar a todos los ciudadanos, habitantes del globo terráqueo.
KF SSI Education, the way we kept it is good for the KF as it is. But now KF SSI has to move and be given to the nations through the Heads of Education Foundation. And that's why they'll be present in all negotiations. I deliver technology and its power. And it's their job to bring the conditions of use and the rest of it to the world leaders. As I said to them before, you don't ask them, you show them the beauty they bind with the soul. And we show the beauty of technology, and it's their job to what we call make it a dream of the heads of the world, to bring the best for their citizens. We don't bribe their pocket, we enhance their souls to understand the totality. And this is the job of the heads of the Keshe Foundation in the Universal
El
Council.
trabajo que hace la fundación es elevar el alma de cada nación, no de vaciarle los bolsillos. A través de este sistema lograr la paz mundial y el conocimiento de todas las civilizaciones y el acceso a todo esto.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe, for answering my questions and for bringing this golden age of knowledge and a new cycle of humanity. New cycle of life. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Keshe, I was told that the person you're interested in there is a Romanian knowledge seeker who's been around since 2015.
Thank you very much.
Good. Okay, we've got Dean, I believe, is next.
Thank you, Rick. Good morning, Mr. Keshe. I haven't really got a question. I'd just like to say thank you for bringing the beauty and this knowledge forward. And,
no tengo una pregunta, solo quiero agradecerles por todo, traernos todos estos conocimientos, todo este amor.
Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
I just hope and know that the souls understand this technology that's being brought forward and receive it with all the love and gratitude that it's been given, that they come to accept it. The world leaders, the scientists come to accept the change, the beauty of this, the universal knowledge that you brought forward, and just understand that it's for everyone and to bring that peace to humanity, something that we've all wanted for a very long time. It's not just for themselves, it's for their families, it's for their souls, to enlighten their souls and bring them back to balance and bring this planet to balance. So thank you, Mr. Keshe. It's wonderful.
Gracias por traernos todo este entendimiento y conocimiento, señor Keshe.
You are most probably one of the last ones who has seen the outgoing of the old technology as you took the pictures from the system inside. And as you are in Austria and you have access to the exhibition center, when a new system gets installed in it, you'll be the first one to take and see.
Tú has sido uno de los últimos en ver el viejo sistema mostrado en Austria, en la exposición. Lo que has fotografiado últimamente es lo último de la vieja tecnología y ahora podrás apreciar la nueva tecnología que se viene. A partir de la semana que viene se estará instalando toda la nueva tecnología ahí en Austria y se podrá mostrar estos grandes cambios, estos grandes saltos que se vienen en los conocimientos y la tecnología.
Mr. Keshe, thank you. That's an honor, a true honor. It really is. I'm just looking at the picture now of the ball rotating, and I know that as you said, that very simple picture it explains the universal flow. It explains the creation of a planet, an atom, everything. It's just
viendo este sistema mostrado, podemos ver cómo se emula todo el movimiento del universo. Es hermoso.
Thank you very much. You have recorded history, both end of one and beginning of the other.
Tú has grabado y fotografiado el final de la vieja tecnología y ahora podrás hacerlo con la nueva que se viene.
Historical times have to be registered, and you're there to do that.
Estás ahí para registrar todo esto con tus fotografías.
Thank you.
Okay, perhaps we can hear from Stefania now.
Podremos escuchar a Stefania ahora.
Hello. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everyone from wherever you are. No, it's not morning, but good midday, Mr. Keshe. It's just as a small question. So the ball, no, has got this face, like the two eyes and the nose. No, what I found very interesting is that when I take a picture, I don't know if you remember, I shared with you a long time ago a video of a star that I take a picture, and it looked a bit like a spacecraft, but it was rotating, different colors. And then when it stopped, the filming, you had the same face of your ball. And I was wondering if this 3 dot is a coincidence, they are in your ball, or there is a reason, because it's the face, it really reminds me the same face when the ball I film, the movie stopped and there is the ball fixed. It also had the 3 dots.
I don't know. I don't remember your picture.
It's a coincidence. Okay.
Yeah.
I sent to you a long time ago.
I can't remember what I had for dinner last night.
Yeah. Yeah, but I just want to know if it was a coincidence, but it doesn't matter. It's just this. I just want to ask this. Thank you so much. I hope to come to Linz when the center reopen.
Espero poder ir a Linz cuando esté abierto para poder verle.
Any other question?
We don't have any more hands up right now. Just looking at the...
Have we managed to stun the whole knowledge security?
Hemos logrado sacudir a todo el grupo de los buscadores de conocimiento.
I'll try to attend as many as teachings in the coming week. Try to bring the knowledge to all the Keshe Foundation groups that the people who work
Intentaré
in
estar presente en la mayor cantidad de cursos y clases para poder ir presentando todos estos nuevos conocimientos.
Simple question. Both of what we have in the picture here, they have a common denominator.
What do you mean?
It's the same structure of the solar system.
In a way, in the solar system, you need the center of the sun to be in the center.
Jalal pregunta si este sistema es como el del sistema solar. Y Don Keshe dice que esto está más adelantado, más avanzado que el sistema solar. No necesita el sol en el centro. No necesita ese esa cosa tangible en el medio, que es el Sol. Esto es mucho más avanzado que un sistema solar, porque no tiene ese centro tangible.
So, what is there in a simple way is far beyond the present knowledge. But we put it in there that in the future, scientists understand it's already been shown. In the solar system, you need the sun to keep the central gravity. In this system, we don't have such a thing.
En el sistema solar necesitas el Sol para que mantenga esa gravedad, para que mantenga el equilibrio. Este sistema es mucho más avanzado. No necesita de eso en el centro.
You don't need a physical structure like a sun to keep the operation of the ball, the Earth. So, in a way, if you look at it, the movement of the ball in the non-tangible center is very much like the soul of the man in the center, and the movement of the ball is the physicality of the man.
Esto en cierta forma emula el cuerpo del hombre. Tenés el alma original en el centro y el físico, con el alma del físico girando alrededor de esa alma original. Es la relación entre uno y el otro.
I was going to say, Ed asks, so where is the soul of this system?
It's in the space gap in between.
Eduardo pregunta, ¿dónde está el alma de todo esto? Está en el centro, está en ese espacio en el centro.
Up to now, you always relied on something to turn something. Now we rely on the field forces of the universe to do the same.
Hasta ahora he necesitado algo físico para lograr cualquier cosa. Ahora aprenderemos a lograr todo relacionado directamente con nuestra alma. Esto cambiará todos los entendimientos y conocimientos de cómo funciona todo.
Heading for to complete in China and Iran in the coming weeks is the development of the satellites through the system. Which means
esto va a ayudar al desarrollo de estos nuevos satélites que proveerán la sanación y alimentación de la humanidad.
The creation of the new memory banks through the soul of the system will become the fundamental part of this technology. To remember where this ball stood. We don't have, what is rotating in this ball, we don't have enough computers to add this data into it.
El desarrollo de las nuevas computadoras es para poder manejar toda esta situación. Las computadoras actuales no tienen la capacidad de lograr esto. Este nuevo desarrollo es lograr esa comunicación con el alma.
These new, what we call it, computers and control systems will be brought out very rapidly in the next few weeks, because to be able to create the condition to keep satellites in position is part of this technology. We have to.
En las próximas semanas se irá entregando este nuevo desarrollo, porque lo necesitamos para fijar estos satélites que proveerán estos nuevos campos para la sanación y alimentación. Todo esto está
cycle of what you call computers and communication
incluido
will
en
make
los
the presence of
conocimientos y en todo el desarrollo de estos
computers and communication
satélites
lines
y
absolutely
comunicación.
obsolete. And I'm sure the scientists at organizations like Huawei and others will get the opportunity to do this first. I love to work with Huawei.
Espero que Huawei logre este nuevo desarrollo. Me gusta el desarrollo de ellos y espero lograr un entendimiento con esta empresa para poder desarrollar todo esto.
I know we need to take a break here, Mr. Keshe. I think I'd like to read the comment from Ed in the Q&A, which goes along with what you were just saying. It says the irregularity of the motion of the ball is so different from the animations or representations of universal motion we have been seen given to us by the present knowledge. It reminds me of a living being, like seeing a video of the insides of the human body. Is this how we will see the universe in the future, as a living being?
Well, that is how we see it. It is. We never considered it.
Es esta una nueva forma de ver todo lo viviente en el universo. Y sí, cuando uno mira algo, no es una cosa mecánica, está influenciado por todos los campos de energía. Cada campo de energía tiene su distinto nivel de influencia sobre algo y produce esas pequeñas irregularidades. Es toda una vida relacionada entre una cosa y otra.
Good afternoon and good day to you. We're back into the second session of the Keshe Foundation teaching.
Ya comenzamos el segundo.
Good afternoon and good day to you. We're back into the second session of the Keshe Foundation teaching. Are there any other questions?
¿Hay alguna otras preguntas?
Mr. Clement?
Señor Craman, Rick,
Yes, I'm just having a look here.
lo estoy mirando.
Ed had asked the question previously about the, how do you put it? Here. Ed's previous question. He had asked, where is the soul of the system? And you had talked about that. And so Ed says, so in a sense, the soul is in the environment.
In a way, yes.
And Diana goes on to the next question and says, in my metaphysical understanding, I have learned everything orbits something. That is so, what does this new system orbit? And you've already answered that in a way, I think, when you mentioned about the solar system, and we have the sun in the center, but this system doesn't have a central sun, but it does rotate according to the universal fields that are in effect there. Maybe you could explain that a little better?
If you were an old hand in nuclear technology and science, as I've said many times, we see the motion of the electron and we get the confirmation
Si eres
of
un
the
estudiante
proton and neutron.
de energía
In
nuclear,
so many ways, what we
sabes que
see
tienes
inside as the electron
un
neutron
supuesto
is the interaction of the
neutrón
fields together, which gives us an idea there
en el
is
cual
something
giran
inside.
alrededor de él el protón y el electrón.
It's a very old structure.
Es una estructura
In a
antigua
way,
de
by existence
entendimiento.
of the light inside, when we become more mature, we see that this ball which is rotating is like that electron. And with this conformation of the rotation,
Y
regularity
podemos
of
ir
the
viendo de que esta
rotation, it shows a
bolita es como el
consistent
electrón que va girando.
mono field strength. Where you have the rapid changes in the position of the electron, when we look at it under the
La posición
tools
del electrón
available
es
to
muy
us,
variable
we don't see
en un
it
átomo.
circling in a circular way.
No lo ves
Is
circulando en una manera
irrational.
circular,
It is
como
very
las
much,
primeras ideas nos han
unpredictable,
enseñado
as I
en el
just
átomo.
the predictability of the next spot for the electron rotating around
Tiene
the
una
nucleus
variación
depends on
irregular.
the field interaction
Estadísticamente
within
se puede decir dónde puede
neutron
estar, pero no es
and
realmente
proton,
dónde
or
lo
in the
está.
case of hydrogen, in the field strength of the proton with the fields of the neutron, which is then getting affected by the two. And we see in this system, we can control the speed of the rotation. We can control the speed of the rotation around the circle. And we can give it continuity in the same position. In a way,
Con este nuevo sistema podemos ir comprendiendo cómo todo esto funciona y podemos variar la forma en que circula todo esto. Cómo el entorno puede ser afectado por estos campos de energía.
Atmospheric condition of fields that creates this new condition, which means the next step, we don't need the ball. In the next stage of development, we create the fields that will show the rotation of the water without any balls. You will see
en el próximo desarrollo no vamos a tener bolitas que giren. Podrán ver que el agua gira por sí mismo.
In the same position as the ball, rotating and having a heartbeat. Then we show the operation.
Y esa agua tendrá un latir.
That direction.
Yo agrego, esto se puede ver en grandes remolinos que se producen en ríos, en los movimientos, cómo trabaja la naturaleza con los distintos campos de energía.
It's impossibility because it's a GANs, it's a hollow dynamic field. And this is the next step. In the coming days, the research centers will deliver this because there are two things to achieve this. It comes the knowledge of peace and understanding of yin and yang from the Chinese nation scientists. It comes from the ethos of Zoroaster, from the Iranian scientists, and the two will match.
Esto está atado al yin y yang de los chinos y los conocimientos de Zoroastro en Irán.
And in that process, the knowledge comes from the soul of the scientist, not from the brain of the physicality.
Estos conocimientos vienen del alma del investigador y no de su fisicalidad.
The fundamental work is not to be tangible. Fundamental work is to show that we can move fields in a collective matter as they want to be there.
Próximos desarrollos no venimos a mostrar cosas tangibles como giran, sino cómo trabajan estos campos de energía para desarrollar todo.
We free the man from dimension of physicality and understanding field forces of the universe.
Liberaremos al ser humano de esas ataduras a su cosa material.
And you can develop such a technology in the coming
Y
weeks.
podrá desarrollar esta nueva tecnología sin ataduras a lo material, a lo tangible, a la materia.
This is part of what we strive to achieve.
Esto es parte de lo que queremos
This is part
lograr.
of what the structure of mankind as a whole needs to achieve.
Es lo que la humanidad tiene que comprender y desarrollar.
We don't share knowledge and our thoughts with every man who is not a man of peace.
No compartimos estos conocimientos con las personas que no están por la paz.
Mr. Keshe, we have a question from Achilles, who's asking, is it possible to ask Mr. Keshe to explain more about the theory of the plasma computer? How does it work?
Aquiles pide si puede explayarse con conocimiento de las nuevas computadoras.
And is there any way for a layman to build such a computer for proof of concept?
¿Podrá cualquier persona desarrollar semejante computadora?
Has no physical dimension and has a soul.
Esta nueva computadora no tiene un sistema físico, tiene un alma.
So it just has to do something. The new computers have no physical dimension, but works on the need of the man in the knowledge of
Va a
the back of the
trabajar con las
universe.
necesidades del hombre.
It's a big difference.
Se conectará con su alma, no con su físico.
As I said, we head towards a new breakthrough in the world of
Será
science.
un nuevo
We
camino
head
hacia algo
in a way
totalmente nuevo.
that all these IT games we have in a handful of less than handful of years will become obsolete.
Todos estos desarrollos de jueguitos y programas computacionales serán obsoletos.
Will develop new understanding of the structure. The scientists who work in the new plasma computer technology will come in with a soul, will come in with understanding of the soul of the system, not the mechanism of the system. Because in the dimension you will see, in the dimension we'll observe the vibration of the soul. I want to speak Chinese. Going through the system, I tap through the intermediary of the system that understands the essence of the soul of the Chinese language, not just the Google translation. We don't need to be explained when we speak Chinese, just the word. We feel the essence of it. We feel the emotion of the language. We feel the soul, where all that knowledge has come for us to be in that position. It's a change of the game. And for this reason, because we can feel the new system, operation of the new system, we will have nothing. People will just throw away the computers in the coming months and years, because they will tap into new cycle of understanding the fields and the knowledge. We made hard disk to hold information. The information is kept in the soul of the knowledge of the universe, which we are part of it. It's like being a, what I call a screen and a keyboard in one office, but the actual mainframe is kept in another building in another city. The whole knowledge is accessible to all. It's not that we have to buy a computer to access it. I used to laugh at this years ago. When I used to work with British nuclear fuel in England, those days we had no computer as such. England, with all its might, did not have computers which could analyze our data for developing the new nuclear reactors. We used to punch cards, if you know what I'm talking about. Some of you just heard about it. And then we used to take these cards in boxes, in sequence, and leave it in the room, secure room, in the tower in the center of the research center in BNFL. And they used to load it at the daytime on the standby, that when we were asleep, or when the Americans were asleep, we could use the computer because they were faster, and we used to pay for it. But the beauty of it was, that's what I said to the head of my, what you call BNFL, was very simple. I said, do you know why the Americans are so successful and they're very faster than us? He said, no, we are better. I said, because we give our data to them to analyze. They have access to our knowledge plus their knowledge. Because now they gather more. And they were studying this system, and what I call the European nuclear scientists never realized why the Americans are going so fast. Because when we uploaded, it wasn't ours anymore. Our knowledge became theirs, and the scientists work on the back of our knowledge. And they became the center. That's one of the reasons America became so successful rapidly in the nuclear industry. And they thought that it's because they literally took from all the science. We give you a free, you're part of it. NATO, they took everything. Pluto. And this time, we don't have this. We all access to it. We all understand it. We all tap into the knowledge. This is a universal knowledge, and it can be built by anyone as long as you understand the process. That's why we don't show it in public, because you failed the last test miserably. Knowledge seekers and the rest of the humanity, you failed when we showed you the magnet system. You did, not us. We gave it freely. You didn't understand it, and you went rampaging with it. And the same, we gave the same to the Keshe Foundation Manufacturing. Everybody came out, they never understood the essence of it. This time, yes, anybody can build. This time, will it be free, given to man? Not till we secure world peace. Our way. We had the negotiation. We don't give it to the nations like last time, that they see what Last time we gave the key to show them they don't have the understanding and intellect to be able to develop. Now we deliver the intellect and the development to develop. Keshe Foundation would lead the structure of the technology.
John.
We can build it at home. Yes, cost a couple of dollars. But would you understand it? I don't think so. Monkey see, monkey does. So we go in a way that we make the governments to bring education system that everybody understands the need of it, the purpose of it, the ethos of it. It won't be just on the Keshe Foundation service for somebody to come and tap and run. You learn the reason why you're doing it. And it's the responsibility of world leaders through their nations to transfer this knowledge and technology.
John.
Any other question?
Yes, Randy asks in the Q&A, how would the average person on the street be aware of this new feeding system once it is online?
They won't eat. They feel good. And they just, if they eat, it will be out of pleasure. No man will kill anymore for food.
I think the question is more, how will people find out about this technology, basically, or how will they become aware of it?
Part of it we are teaching. Part of it we teach. Part of it will come through the skill of our heads of Keshe Foundation and Universal Council members, how they negotiate and feed not only the world leaders, but the public. As I said, the heads of the foundation negotiate with governments to see the beauty of the change and contentment. One of the ways which Gates managed to sell this injection and what we call vaccination is that the leaders could control, and then they would have been elected one after another. Now, the work of the Universal Council and head of the Keshe Foundations and all of you is to show the beauty of falling in love with the knowledge in a way that the leaders understand that if you're there to lead, you're there to create comfort condition. People will love you for what you created and they keep you to represent their emotion. And this is what is to be. We have to now, the next phase, we'll emphasize on teaching by the governments and nationals. The head of the Keshe Foundation in Iran has already started that process in Iran. The teaching to officials, to people who can do something. And the next step is how we develop this knowledge to be shared by all governments, by all citizens.
¿Cómo desarrollamos estos conocimientos para todos los países y todos los ciudadanos?
One we teach and one we have to develop. The development
Tenemos que enseñar y desarrollar esta tecnología.
As I said, now you understand why I stepped at the head of the foundation and left it to the two ladies.
Ahora comprendo por qué yo he dejado el frente de la fundación y he delegado esto a estas dos damas que están como presidentes. Podré desarrollar nuevas tecnologías con la gente con que puedo confiar. En plena seguridad.
Step by step forward to reach the stage where, as I develop, the Universal Council and the head of the foundation will sell the technology on the love of it, not on what merits they bring financially.
Entonces por ahí desarrollando y vendiendo por el amor de la fundación.
Selling to every nation, because every head of nation has been bribed. Two ways. financially in the pocket, and that you'll be the last leader. Nobody will oppose you because now through the vaccination you control the emotion and the voting. And unfortunately with this technology, even that is obsolete. The soul will know the truth and the physicality will not follow.
Con esta nueva tecnología, vuestra alma podrá saber cuál es la verdad y no podrá ser engañado por los políticos y toda la situación que se está viviendo.
Mr. Keshe, we have a question from Jefferson who asks, how will people with disabilities such as blindness or deafness be included in this wonderful process of interaction?
¿Cómo gente que tiene ceguera o mudez podrán ir acoplándose a esta nueva manera
The man in the space is deaf and dumb through his dimension of his physicality.
El hombre en el espacio es mudo y ciego. Somos todos iguales.
In a way, it's easy for them to access their soul.
Well, isn't it true that we hear about people that are blind, for example, that they're actually way more sensitive when someone comes in the room? They actually feel them. They know what their emotion is. They know what they're like because they've been forced to extend that part of themselves to sense, to be able to communicate some way because they are blind. They have lost one of our main ways that we take in information as humans and what we rely on, this very, very fragile relationship with a very narrow band of the electromagnetic spectrum that we call the visible light spectrum. And everything we do and think about seems to be orientated on something, the light reflecting off of the matter of this planet. So being blind is a big advantage.
Is a blessing this time around.
Yeah. Maybe we should start a special group of the blind people that
El ser ciego muchas veces es una bendición. No puede ver toda la desgracia y toda la ocurrencia que tiene alrededor.
That the same as what we see a dream will become a translation of that. We don't need eye to see.
Lo mismo cuando nosotros soñamos, podemos ver esa vivencia. El alma es la que conecta todo esto.
When I left Iran, she was still alive, but old, in her 90s and 100s. And she had, that time, 50 odd grandchildren and children and great-grandchildren. She married when she was 9, so you can imagine by that age. And in a way, she was blind, but she still could see very close distance. She knew all her siblings, all her children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren by smell. We used to try
Mi abuela se casó a los 9 años.
She says, no, this is Mehran. I know the smell. Because she used to come
superó
to the
los 100
house
años.
when we were born, and she gave
Tenía
us
más de 50
and we were always
descendientes.
puzzled how this old lady knows all of us, every grandchild by smell.
Y era
Every
ciega.
great-grandchild. I was a grandchild. I was a great-grandchild.
Pero los reconocía todos
so
por el aroma.
we don't need the eye to see. Depends with the blindness of the physicality, what we see through the other dimensions of the soul. Then now we get more and more educated about it. And in a way, we're becoming educated to the work of the soul. I can't see in the dimension of physicality. I use the dimension of the soul to see.
Yo uso la dimensión de mi alma para ver. No uso mi vista para eso. Podrán escuchar vuestros pensamientos, podrán sentir sus
And in the
sensaciones.
past few days in the research center, I've been testing this to see how and the way it interacts, the way it triggers sequence of works.
Podrán comprender cómo
And in so
trabajan
many ways,
todos los
we
campos de
develop
energía
the next step
y pueden desarrollar un
in
montón
research and development.
de cosas nuevas.
The new technologies without damage. In a coming time, what you saw as a yellow ball will be floating free in the environment.
Lo que han visto ahora con la bolita flotando en el
We
agua,
know how, we
en el
understand
futuro
it.
lo
It's
verán
just a matter
flotando
of being
en
told to it because
el medio,
our guys have
sin
already
un
lost the
medio
system. They
acuoso
don't know where it is and
o
it
aire.
flew away. But they understood the principle.
Lo importante es que
I
comprendan
only
el
work in the
principio
lab
de
with
cómo
people I
funciona
trust,
todo.
because this knowledge needs trust so much strength to be able to share and hold on that it brings the final position of the piece in a positive way, in a correct way.
Todo esto se
Negativity
desarrolla
in
con
my lab
plena
doesn't exist
confianza,
because
así
the
funciona
progressive
todo.
development has to be positive.
Plena confianza.
Any other question?
¿Alguna otra pregunta?
Dietmar had asked in YouTube, is it hemoglobin inside? The ball, of course, that's rotating.
No.
Dietmar pregunta si hay hemoglobina dentro de esta bolita. No.
Questions where people will probably start asking.
Yeah, they'll
is it
start
this?
poking,
Is it that? Is it this?
poking and poking, yeah. And they all get no. But no,
Todos
again,
están
no.
tratando o tirando
Go back to understand
adivinanza
the
de
essence of what
cómo
we created.
funciona todo esto. Y lo único
Hemoglobin comes from the interaction of the soul of the man with the interaction of the soul of the physicality of this planet.
La hemoglobina
The soul
es una
of
interacción entre el
whole
alma
structure of the
original
universe.
y el alma del cuerpo del hombre.
Your hemoglobin in a space have zero value, you'll be lost.
La hemoglobina en el espacio no sirve de nada.
Because hemoglobin is a protein base.
La hemoglobina está atada a la proteína. Y en el espacio es nulo todo esto.
Okay, regarding the this space of the ball that's going around that we looked at in the video, and it's Diane again, and she asked before about that rotation around and what's in the center and so on. So she says, so it's more like a dance, two interacting, going around a shared space.
In a way, if you want to think of it.
Diane pregunta si es como una danza su relación con el centro de ese movimiento. En una manera sí.
We see the ball, visually we see the ball, we don't see another ball on the other side, like two dancers that are dancing.
No.
Yo pregunto, ¿por qué quieren siempre ver algo material que haga una relación entre una cosa y la otra? Vean cómo trabajan los campos de energía, vuestra alma. Vuestra alma está relacionada con todo, no está atado a nada.
A single dancer rather than two interacting, going around a shared.
Is your heart a single dancer, but it beats and works like this? If we release your heart from your chest with all the properties which it has without the engagement of the cage of the lung, what they call the chest, would your heart stay where it is?
Si vuestro corazón no estaría atado, encapsulado dentro de las costillas y los pulmones, latería como lo hace, o estaría en plena libertad para hacer lo que desea. El sonido del corazón viaja a través de todo el cuerpo. El hombre es muy físico, pero la resonancia del corazón golpea a todos los rincones del alma, del físico. Trabaja con toda la energía del físico. Es un movimiento de sincronía.
It's not that you feel it in your vein and the doctor holds your hand. You're too physical. The reality is that energy absorbed from the lung, majority of it is higher strength by the beat of the heart given to all the cells immediately.
El latido del corazón da la energía a todo el cuerpo instantáneamente. No tiene que convertir una cosa en otra, como el oxígeno y usar la sangre para... Es lo que el doctor ve, pero no es así. Es una cosa instantánea. Intercambio de energías.
You absorb the energy from the environment in the long charge of the blood, and of the higher order, you release it through the heart, through the body. That's why the hearts are not near each other. It's kept in that way. Release of the energy in a rapid way. But world of science has never understood this. Oh, I have a heartbeat.
La energía del corazón se transmite instantáneamente a todas las zonas del cuerpo. No necesita auxiliares como la sangre, la linfa, las venas y todo esto. La energía se transmite instantáneamente a todos los confines del cuerpo físico y más allá. Agregaría al aura que le rodea al cuerpo.
Ed says in the Q&A, just in a rant thought, he says, is there music in the universal environment? In the physical, we have sound and tone.
Hay música en el universo. En nuestra vivencia física escuchamos música. La interacción de los distintos campos de energía crean una música. Y si esta es muy disímil, crea luz. Así es como se crea la luz. Al ver una diferencia entre un campo y otro, crea fricción y crea esa luz, esa iluminación.
Will show at what point the system will interact with different things in the lab.
En el futuro podremos ver cómo una cosa así interactúa con cada cosa dentro de un laboratorio.
For example, how the system, even if there is a mouse running the lab, or a man running the lab, or a cat comes in the lab, or a child comes in the lab, we see the interaction of the soul with
cualquier cosa que entre a un laboratorio, sea un gato, una criatura, un perro, todo interactúa, todos los campos de fuerza interactúan y se relacionan entre ellos.
That I put so much specifically in this position that we'll see which one interacts at what level with what. When you are in the universal community, they're not all from the same destination. They're from hundreds of different destinations. When your soul interacts, you know their origin and you can see them in their original shape.
Cuando están trabajando con vuestra alma, pueden saber de dónde viene cada campo, cómo se relaciona con sí mismo y con el los otros campos de energía del entorno. ¿Alguna otra pregunta?
Jefferson says in the Q&A, or suggests, if we put 2 more spheres like this one in the same environment, what would happen? Would they orbit each other?
We'll show you next week.
Jefferson pregunta si ponemos 2 esferas nuevas dentro de este entorno, ¿cómo girarán unos alrededor de otros? Y el señor Keshe dice, verán esto en la semana que viene.
We have to understand it. We have to position it. We are developing new materials. Never known before.
En el laboratorio estamos desarrollando nuevos materiales no conocidos anteriormente. Y cómo se relaciona una cosa con la otra. Los laboratorios serán mi cajón de juegos. Mi cajón de arena de juegos. Podré ir desarrollando nuevas cosas.
And you will see gradually, we will not show you the structure. No, we will not open it up, but till we get agreement from the Chinese leadership and the Iranian leadership in joint collaboration and development of the new space technology.
Esto lo podrán ir comprendiendo a medida que Irán y China vayan congeniando, aunando criterios y presentando todo esto.
Any other question?
¿Alguna otra pregunta? ¿O hemos hecho suficiente daño a los conocimientos del ser humano esta semana? ¿O hemos incrementado el conocimiento del hombre y lo tenga que digerir?
I think he does.
Otherwise, he wouldn't put it in, isn't it?
I would think so, but then he put another comment in. He just says Rick. I don't know if he says for me to say it or the comment was to me personally or something. We also have Mark with his hand up here, but I'll say Jalal's comment first, and maybe we can hear from Mark. Jalal says, now I know what was going on with us this week.
Jalal, let's see what he's talking
I think,
about.
Yeah, he better.
He's got to be questioned.
Traiga a Jalal al frente para ver qué es lo que quiere decir con su pregunta.
Is it my fault now?
No, we want you to enlighten us. What do you mean you were doing
Queremos
this?
que nos ilumine, Jalal.
Okay, first, the whole week, all the knowledge seekers, they have something from you. Something is going on. And from my point,
Durante toda la semana, los buscadores del conocimiento están recibiendo novedades de usted.
In a way, if I understand right, knowledge. And for about 6 weeks, I am pushing the knowledge seekers in the private.
Y en las últimas 6 semanas he estado exigiéndole a los buscadores de conocimientos para que vayan comprendiendo todas estas cosas nuevas.
In the private teachings, the knowledge seekers, they were asking about something, they missed the key.
Hay muchos que todavía no comprenden lo que se les enseña, no encuentran la llave como para abrir este conocimiento.
So it was only comment.
Which part? Yep.
¿Qué parte del conocimiento?
The whole understanding of what we showed. If they go to what I suggest them to show, to see, there's one private teaching, very condensed with knowledge. If they understand it, they will absolutely will understand what you are showing. Yes.
Hay parte de los conocimientos que estuvimos analizando esta semana. Si realmente lo comprenden, podrán comprender todo esto. Todavía estamos esperando, no comprendemos lo que quieres decirnos, Jalal.
I've not paid my fee, they don't let me come in.
No me pagan mis saberes, no me autorizan a entrar a los cursos.
Thank you very much.
We will see. Maybe we will bring it to the public in the future, near future. Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very
Gracias, señor Keshe.
Any other comments?
¿Algún otro comentario?
Let me see. There's a comment from Salomia in the Q&A. And that's it on that front. Have a look at the YouTube here.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm wondering, because you already created soul, so if we want the soul manifest as a physical body, what next we need? So if we want the soul to manifest as a physical body, so what next we need?
What do you mean?
I remember you at that time you said you want to show how to create life in a box. So now you already create.
Let's ask you a lot of knowledge seekers. How would the human race would like to see this soul? Let's put it on the panel. Let's ask you a lot of knowledge seekers. How would you like to see this soul which we have created? That is brought emotion.
Preguntemos a todos los buscadores del conocimiento, ¿cómo quieren ver el alma aquí? ¿Cómo quieren que se vea el alma? ¿Cómo se expresa en esta fisicalidad, en la materia?
Is that because of the concept of the something inside our our brain, and that manifests that image to us. So
Se corta.
Of rotation without any source of physicality. We are feeling it, whatever. And how would you like to see this soul to take physical dimension? Or are you scared to see it manifest itself in a dimension that you might not like to see it? Come on, knowledge seekers.
¿Puedes abrir el micrófono, John? Que lo tienes cerrado.
Sí, lo estaba hablando acá con Néstor, sí.
Ah, vale.
Knowledge seekers. Open the book.
Todos se quieren relacionar con la materia, ver cómo el alma interrelaciona. Si un alma cuando se materializa o se hace presente en el útero de su madre, se hace todas las preguntas, ¿qué tengo que agarrar dentro del útero? Esto, lo otro, para crear mi cuerpo. No, el alma genera y listo. No se complica la vida buscando cosas. La cosa es simple. El ser humano complica su vida y así es como destruye todo.
What about, would you like it blonde or would you like it blue eyes? Would you like it to be, it's a soul, now you can decide. Now you have an option. What about, would you like it blonde or would you like it blue eyes? Would you like it to be, it's a soul, now you can decide.
El alma en el útero, se complica la vida eligiendo ojos celestes, ojos oscuros, tez blanca, tez oscura. No, lo elige y listo.
And understand the way the universe works from this very simple toy, and then they can explain it to their parents and grandparents so that they can think it's completely normal, whatever you throw at them. Transition, adapt to, because the kids will take it in immediately and say, think it's completely normal, whatever you throw at them. They can adapt to and make it part of their kind of explanation. You have to figure it out. They have to, other people take a while to get some kind of rational explanation, or they have to figure it out.
Una criatura cuando tiene pocos años utiliza su imaginación y su creatividad para hacer un montón de cosas. No se complica la vida buscando una cosa u otra, ir a comprar algo. No, en su imaginación genera todo lo que necesita. Después vienen los padres y les complican la vida con juguetes que tienen que tener detalles y qué sé yo. Eso no. Antiguamente criaturas que jugaban con un palito, una bolita. No se complicaban la vida. ¿Por qué hacerlo?
I just wanted to become a mermaid. I guess.
Yes, I love mermaids.
I wanted to become a mermaid.
The best soul of a mermaid.
Yo quisiera convertirme en una... ¿Cómo se llama? Las que nadan bajo el agua. La sirena.
How would you like it? What color scale you like on it, and what would be your intention if it's a mermaid?
¿Cuál sería tu intención si fueras una sirena?
What color scale you like on it?
¿Qué color de piel quisieras? ¿Qué extremidades quisieras?
Do you want a female mermaid or even a male mermaid?
¿Es una sirena macho o hembra?
What's your wishes, and see to what extent we can extend this knowledge.
I prefer to say
Fíjate cuáles son tus pretensiones, tus deseos y hasta qué nivel puedes lograr todo esto.
angel has a beautiful wings and full of love and light, and it can change the shapes as what it like, or different people can say different shapes.
Un ángel, ¿cómo puede lograr
Imagination.
hacer lo que hace?
Anybody else?
¿Alguna otra persona?
Waiting.
Estoy esperando.
Anybody else?
Ujú.
Putting their imagination. What would come the soul of this system?
¿Pueden imaginar qué es lo que puede ser el alma de esta creación,
What would come the
de
soul
este
of this
sistema?
system? It doesn't take long to imagine. Can you imagine what the Stefania wants? Doesn't take long
¿Se
to imagine.
imaginan qué es lo que quiere Estefania?
A merman, exactly.
Estefania va a querer
Italians.
una sirena macho.
You see, the smile tells you a lot.
La risa te puede decir mucho.
But definitely it's time now that we have to, think out of the box, really, literally, we can imagine everything. And from my understanding is that we have to learn how to hold, so you said, so we have to hold the thoughts. So I suppose we have to learn to recognize the pure thoughts, and then we have to learn how to hold them. This is assumption I'm making here, no? And then, like a plant, you need to feed them. I don't know, and then they become physical. I'm not sure.
I think I'll come to the point that once you made that wish, you have made the connection. It's another part. You check every minute what every cell of your body
Cuando el
does.
alma ha hecho el deseo,
Or you
logras
made the
la
wish to
su
go
conexión y hace lo que tiene que hacer.
a sunny place, the whole body gets ready to tolerate warmth from the middle of the winter.
Think about food. Like when I think about food and I start to, with the mouth get watering as you think about food, like dribbling, so it's like the moment you project something.
¿Para qué el alma se va a complicar con la comida si tiene todo a su alcance? No la necesita la comida. ¿No es cierto?
I still didn't understand, but it's fine.
So if you, it's like you when you think of
Vuelvo
pizza,
siempre
you
a lo
start
mismo.
dreaming
¿Por qué el
about
ser
everything
humano se
topping
quiere
on it,
complicar la vida?
and the body gets
La
ready.
vida es tan simple, tan
So
linda,
once you
tan
establish
amorosa.
this with the soul, that is embedded in its structure. That's why we need men of peace from this planet to get to that point.
Por eso necesitamos el hombre que esté en paz para lograr todo ese equilibrio, esa facilidad de vivencia del alma.
Because the man of peace already know unity, so it can recall it, in the whole, unity, or because the man of peace, every piece of this man will be peace. So he will be able to recall this, to manifest this.
What's the wish of your knowledge seekers? You just observe it here. Now you've been given a chance to become a creator, or at least make a wish. What's the wish of your knowledge seekers? You're just observers here. Now
¿Cuál es el deseo de ustedes, los buscadores del conocimiento? ¿Ser observadores en este momento? Hagan el deseo de lo que quisieran hacer.
Would it like it to be somebody from out of space?
¿Quisieran ser alguien de fuera del espacio?
You wanted to be a lion. What is it?
Quieren ser
Now
un
you have
león.
that power.
Tienen ese poder, pueden lograr lo que desean.
Which is facing you.
Would like to be the man of peace.
It's up to you. Puede ser el hombre de paz. Puede ser lo que deseas.
I would like to be a woman of peace.
Quisiera ser que deseas una mujer de paz.
Blonde and blue eyes.
Not really. I like them dark hair and brown eyes. That's your
Que sea rubia y de ojos celestes. No, a mí me
you
gustan
want it to be
de
a
ojos
European
oscuros
Christ, blue
y
eyes and
tez
blonde hair.
morena.
Yeah. Thank you.
Gracias.
Okay, perhaps we can hear from Dean and Salamea, who might have some other points of
soul decide what it would like to manifest, because it depends on your position, whether you're on a physical plane or whether you're
Dejemos que el alma
in the universe, you might
haga
want
sus
to,
deseos y
see
crea
another
sus
star,
cosas.
another
Sí,
soul,
es
another
así.
light. On the planet, you might want to see another being, another, or you may want to see
El alma
another
la que
tree.
rige su
Depends on your
vida.
physicality. You may want to see a bird. It could be anything in physicality. But if you let the soul decide, the beauty of the soul give you unconditionally what you require, what you need in the function of what the position you're in. Just let it manifest the beauty in front of you.
Salamea could have a go at it. Let's see. Salamea.
Yes, it's amazing. I said on my heart that this physicality will be woman, and Mr. Keshe just said. It was amazing for me. It wasn't necessary for me to talk because Mr. Keshe just said it will be a woman, or maybe for me it wasn't necessary.
Se escucha
for me
por
to talk
triplicado
because
acá.
Mr. Keshe just said it will be a woman. Or maybe because it was in his head, came also in my head. Because we communicate at soul level. So for me, it's important to say the truth that the Ray is a goddess and she's a woman. She's a Shakti power. She is the feminine principle, which is a creator of this unicos. So this
Por lo visto, esta señora o señorita es hindú.
has to be
Está hablando de Shakti, la diosa
female,
hindú.
Woman, and with many faces, according
Tiene
with
varios brazos y piernas. Y alguno ha visto la imagen de Shakti.
Living being here depends on their imagination. This woman can change the face and the body according to the wish. Everybody can imagine
Esta mujer Shakti puede cambiar su imagen de acuerdo a sus deseos.
Many ways. So it's not only one way. It's different ways. Depends on the emotion of the person. For me, I'd like to see my mother because I love very much her. She is not with me here on this planet, but we communicate at the soul level. And maybe when I will look to this woman piece, I will see my mother. is the mother of the universe. She takes care of, by loving, of everything. But she's not alone, because the interaction between yin and yang, between two fields, and this interaction creates this beautiful universe full plenty of love and peace. If we will not have this environment of the love and peace, we will not see this being, because she's created from love and from peace. Or maybe if you will see this, you will become a peaceful being. I think that both are
We still don't know your mom, so we are in a dilemma. So we got this is what
she
what
was
man
very,
wishes.
yes.
What man wishes
Yes.
will become tangibility in a physical dimension.
Yes, it
So
depends
now-
on your intention.
Yes. So now I ask you,
Yes.
human race is a conjuncture that you can wish and you can make. This is like you want your soul to appear as a dog on planet whatever, or a cat in another planet. So now we are creating a dimension of the soul. It's your power. This is what you lot all can do in the coming time. What would you like to see as a soul? In what dimension?
Vuestra alma puede crearse como un perro, un gato, en cualquier planeta. Puede lograr generar lo que desea.
To feel it and to see with the eyes of my soul, of my mind. You know, as a Indian background, I believe in the
Mi alma quiere ver, puede, no,
pineal
el alma
gland.
ve, sí, no necesita los ojos
I
para
would
ver.
like to see with these eyes. I know we will be blind, but we will see this with the eyes of not imagination. I don't know what is this. It's the common reality. This is the reality, I think.
Se corta el audio, John.
How I would like to see. I would like to see on Earth and on other dimensions too. Depends on me. If I will go there, I will see in another dimension, because we have to be in synchrony. If I will be on the Earth, I will see a human being also, because all the people maybe don't believe if they don't see a human being, but we can see also the soul, which is like the central star of the universe. It's like how do you say? I don't know the word in English. You said before, when we make a lot of lights for when it is an event, a birthday or something. What is
Fireworks.
in English? Yes, fireworks. In my soul and imagination is like this, that we can see also.
John.
Because people need to see to believe. But for me, it's not important.
Sí.
And we can see also, because people need to see to believe. But for me, it's not important if we will see or if we will touch or not. I think that what is important is to feel, to communicate, to feel this energy, which bring me love and peace and make me strong, and to be confident on everything. I learned from my mother that if I want something, I wish something, I put the intention, this become reality. And during my lifetime, I just believe on this and everything became reality. And if sometimes I have a dilemma, never become realities. And I said, I have to believe. I have to put the intention with pure heart. Otherwise, everything will be just Maya. Maybe we create with the help of this soul an ideal Maya of the world, which can be tangible if we want.
Maya es ilusión
It's
en el
necessary
lenguaje
on this
hindú.
earth to have also an image, because people are not so believer maybe as we are, many of us. And they need proof, like in science. You need evidence. We need experiments. It's foolish. Huh? It's just crazy to have always experiments. We can have experiments with our intention and without belief. We just have to have the vision, the emotion of the vision, how the future we'd like to look like, and if we'll achieve to have common denominator and common values and common vision, this vision will become reality. Even we will call Maya, doesn't matter what is the meaning, but we will have this, we will materialize this from the flux of energy. And if we will need this soul to be the proof that that something can unify it, we need also to have a physicality for it, for the people which can be so trusty as us in value, which are abstract. I don't know if I was enough clear, but I just speak without thinking. It was only from my heart. Sorry. Thank you.
Did that answer your question, Mr. Keshe, or does it need to be more?
Not really. We're still searching. How do you want it to look? We don't know her mother, so what could it be? The mother in the essence of the soul and not the physical tangible that we mother to all of us.
Yes, mother to all of us.
Let me explain to you something very interesting. Maybe it's the time to discuss. By development of this technology at this point, we create a new dilemma for man. A new and a huge dilemma for man.
Con esta nueva enseñanza creamos un nuevo dilema para el ser humano.
What is dimensional?
I have to think about this because it's not only I have to think about this because it's not only my heart. My heart said I'd like to see my mother and the mother of everybody, which take care. But I have to think also with my mind and my soul of man. It was the soul of my heart, which was speaking now. Maybe next week I will have a vision on my meditation, and I will contact, I don't know, the creator, the divine, and will send me an image. Hopefully, everybody can ask this, and maybe together we can create this common vision of how do we like to look this human woman of peace, bringing love, peace, harmony on the universe.
What about we make this entity the soul of peace?
Yes.
From it.
Yeah.
Yep, but Are we all peaceful to wish such a thing?
¿Podemos generar
Or we
un
still have a score to
ente de
settle
paz
before we
con
become
esta
peaceful?
idea?
We have becoming peaceful. It means closing eyes to a lot of things.
Esto quiere
Are we in that stage of
decir
peacefulness?
que debemos cerrar los ojos a un montón de otras cosas que no están ligadas a la paz.
But also we have to educate through any media, through every instrument, like plasma for peace, like arts from peace, media for peace, politics for peace, food for peace, health for peace, everything, to integrate this peace in all domain and area, and also to put together activity with intention, because I think that intention is not enough. We have to accompany our intention with activities, and to have a common wish to sign the covenant, the protocol for peace at all level, at the soul level. It's important to be peaceful people. How to make peace in the world if we are a conflicting nature? And they said at international level that human nature is a conflictual nature, so we don't have to create a peaceful system without conflict. And it's totally wrong, because our nature is not conflictual. Our nature is peaceful nature. The law within our body and outside of our body is harmony and love. Otherwise, we'll not have a human body. And so this we have to create this soul of peace and to make him to manifest himself as a not only as an instrument, but also as a how do you say? Oh my God, it's not coming on my mind right now. I have to. Peaceful people, loving people, is the only way to make people to understand that only if we are peaceful people, loving people, we are able to become co-creators, and we are able to have everything what we want on this earth through our intention and good environment of love and peace. Otherwise, we can use this creature, this soul, for work, for doing bad things. We have to be in harmony with the ethos of the universe and the ethics. We have to introduce ethos and ethics in all objects on the education. And I know from my grandmother and my ancestors that before, people receive the knowledge through the third eye, the disciple and the other side, I think the guru before, they transmitted the knowledge through this center of the soul of man. And I said, when I was small, this is all mythology, this is history, I don't believe you. But now when you show us this, I understand and I believe that this is true. Maybe I talk too much and I'm not so aware of your question, but it was my wish and my feeling to share a few what I have on my heart. I don't now to take the decision. I need more time for reflection and maybe to talk together with people from Universal Council and from other leaders of spiritual leaders on this earth. And together we can put a common intention to find the common denominator. I can take the decision for everybody. I am a humble human being, but I think that is my right to think, to talk, but I don't want to take the decision for you or for other people. We have to consult each other and to say freely what we think.
What if you were given the power right now in this moment to be the creator? What would you create?
If I will be the creator, but I can be the co-creator. This I am right. What I will create? What do you think about the world, or what? What do we say about this goal?
In regard to watching that sphere rotating and the principles of the universe being implied in that, and so knowledge and insight and so on, just by that position. And what would you do with it? What would you create right now? Like it's more personal than getting together with all of humanity and what does humanity want and what do
this is
all of others. What do you want? What would you create? Like that was more direct. What is it? What is it that's your ultimate? What do you want? What would you create? Like that was more direct. What is it? What is it that's your ultimate example of, to show the world, if you're going to show the world, or if you need to show the world, or show yourself, or just to manifest it, maybe not manifest. What would it look like? The ultimate as the creator, what does one do, basically, is kind of the question. You sit there and kind of scratch your head and think, oh, what should I create now? Or we should have that intention ready to go in a way. And as soon as we get in that position, we know what to do, because we should know what to create from our level, our experiences with touching into that state and doing something about what exists on that higher dimensional level and so on.
Superman.
And make it personal. What would you create?
Yes. What? I will be a Superman. My nephew said,
Superwoman.
Yes, he wanted to be a Superman. And I said, it's amazing. I also had on my dream, and my wish was my life to be a superwoman and it was to create around me only good, and to think good, to be good, to do good. This is the ethos of my Indian ancestors. And Brahman and all these things, of all this. And I would like to be as a goddess of equity, goddess. I would like to be as a goddess of equity, goddess of peace, goddess of love. Why I have to be like this? Because I am a woman, and my society has to be like my family and like my house. A woman always love all the children and the husband. Always she's a good manager. A woman never loved to send the children and the husband to the war. A woman, she is a good educator. A woman she has the wisdom to create the balance. This is the secret word, how we can create the balance at all levels in our body, between us and the soul of the planet, between the soul of planet and between the soul of the sun, the soul of the center of our galaxy, of our universe. And this way, as Mr. Keshe said, everything to have the same beat of love, beat of peace, beat of unity. But what I say is everything very abstract. We have to don't talk in abstract words. We have to be concrete and materialize this to give the people the right to have clean environment, to have a shelter, the right to have clean water, to have clean environment, to have the right to life, to have the right to food, to have the right to knowledge. This is very important. And the right to live in inner peace and peace between us and our family, small family, bigger family, universal family, because we are part of the totality. Love each other because I love you very much. And if you love each other, that to love each other because I love you very much. And if you love each other, you'll never be. You will put energy in creating abundance for everybody, to have infinite what we want. As the universe is infinite, it has infinite energy. We have infinite what we want. As the universe is infinite, he has infinite energy. We have to be in harmony with this universe, flux of abundance, just putting our intention. We have to teach people in family how to create abundance by being in the flux of energy of the universe. You can touch this energy if you are not a good person, if you don't respect the principle of morality, the principle and the ethos, which are a common denominator for all beings. Don't harm anybody. Don't cheat, don't do bad things. I mean, just to be correct. And if you'll be correct, you will be in harmony and connection with the energy from which we can see from other level. And this is woman of peace is able to put us in connection with the energy of the universe. I have to think, because she's also the woman of peace, and the peace, truth, knowledge, as Mr. Keshe said. We can't have peace if you don't know how is the universe made. If we understood how the universe is made, we understood that we are part of the
we hear a different dimension.
Unicos.
Mixture of what I
Yes,
call.
unicos.
Thank you very much.
I talk too much, but
No, we hear a different dimension, mixture of what I call West and East culture.
yes.
What we strive for to make it all one. The reality is,
Escuchamos una mezcla de conceptos de lo que es Oriente y Occidente.
a flaw in the man's thinking,
Un fluir de los
the way he has
pensamientos del
spread this
hombre.
planet, and this has created a lot of new, what I call, a school of thoughts.
Y esto es creado un
Most of the
montón
things we
de
decide
escuelas de
is our
conocimiento.
own choice of it being brought to accept. And for example, would I like what color to be? What creature to be? Can I create a new creature through a song that represents all the created
Podré
things on this
elegir mi
planet?
color,
Bird,
color de mis ojos,
the trees,
poder crear
the
otro,
stone, the man,
otro
the beast.
físico, otro ente.
What would this creature would look like? That we
¿Qué
all
apariencia
accept this
tendrá este
abundance
nuevo
of peace and love and what I
ente?
call completion. Why does he have to be in the shape of mother I love? Why can't be a collective soul of the humanity, creation on this planet? Why don't we step further that represent the soul of the unicos? That wherever we are, anywhere in the universe, we see it. This is the first child of the man's science. What would the soul represent for all of us? And all those who we call universal community. To what extent we are prepared to extend our generosity of acceptance. This is why sometimes I put these kind of questions for thinking, not just for finding answers. We always used to say, why do we call it East? What about if the sun rises on the east coast of the United States, that US become East? Why have we chosen a line of ocean to call it the beginning of where the sun rises? Sun rises all the time at all horizons. How do we go to extent of the school of thoughts that when we become men of space, there is no sun to rise? The man lives through the rising of his soul. We have no day and night in space. It's one continuous life. Isn't it? That's the reason why we need to travel with the dimension of the souls. How much beds and how much quilts and how much pillows are we going to carry on the space travels of thousands of years? Or when we land in another dimension, we look for anything to make a pillow out of it or to make a blanket out of it, to kill more animals and destroy more environment. This is part of the total teaching. This is part of new understanding. This is part of how it's going to be. And with what we show today is a new structure, a new way of life. In time, man will understand what I call the power of small video was shown. Scientists now, we have released the soul of the knowledge around the world, will be enlightened to achieve this. And in a matter of weeks, it will be open to a number of scientists around the world. And then nations will take over. And how far can we connect and correct this? The reality is we create a lockdown for humanity, closing the factories of arms from now on, lockdown to animosities of the past. Who's paying the wages of these people in these factories when they go locked down? Governments. We accept it to cover it. Why can't we bring the new dimension into it? The essence of the new cycle is abundance. Yeah. Abundance of everything mankind needs. So Does this ball already carries that soul for all of us? That's why it has no center. Does it mean that we enter a new cycle of knowledge, which with it, we create new understanding? Does it mean that in the coming time, mankind will become independent of totality? And does it mean that those who've been trying to create the wrong environment for the whole mankind will become subordinate to their own misconduct? We'll see. My wish is very simple. How far this new technology will take shape in man's dimension of understanding. We will not stop developing, we will not stop sharing knowledge, but this time we work selective, that we get the maximum outcome in what we want. We will show to those nations who want to understand the new ways. One of my biggest joy is when I see nobody buys Microsoft. One of my biggest joys is when people do not need injections.
Mejores felicidades cuando la gente no compra Microsoft
It was something
ni compra
we
inyecciones.
had to add to, and we move on. The end of both of what I call computer game, literally with this technology is over, because you don't need anything, as is within the memory and within the bank of the universe.
No necesitan más jueguitos de guerras y todos estos jueguitos para computadoras. Está todo en su memoria.
Through the soul of the man will reach the man. But
A
now we
través
have the
del
means to show
alma
the
del
man that
hombre
we can reach him.
llegaremos al hombre.
Play our game, our way. Any other thoughts?
We've got we had another hand up. We've got Jalal up next, I believe.
Tenemos a Jalal de nuevo.
Would you like to go ahead, Jalal?
Can I have request, small request from you? Please,
Okay.
please, next time, promote me to the panelist. At least when I have time, I can answer or ask something. Because I am working in the background. So I don't have the luxury to be in the same plots or same time. But thank you anyway. Mr. Cash, it is the same. It's the same question. What you brought up to the doctors. All they believe or what they put efforts in, they cannot let go, because a simple science which bring out everything, expose all their what they done, it's nothing comparing to this science. That's why they didn't accept it, because they must let go. So, answer to your question, I don't think in this time a lot can answer you, because it is one this $1 million question. This is 1 trillion in the magnitude of 1 million. So a lot. But if you ask me what I gonna do if I do that, I will do so simple thing. I will make a light, non-tangible, in every city, in every village, and I write a small plate under it, made by Jalal, a car washer, made by a man. And let them think how much they will take time to think that there is no difference between me and them in that creation. Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Okay, thank you, Jalal. And we've got a couple more hands up here. How are you doing, Mr. Keshe? We're getting along in the time.
No,
here.
we are not getting, the time-wise is not bad, but it's just trying to, in a way, putting a fact on the table. Now we have shown we can create a system without physical interaction. You see a system running on its own, has a, if you look at it, a repetitive understanding and how it wants to place itself. Now, in a way, as I said, this picture speaks 1,000 words. And that is, now mankind has the capability to see that he can create an object of his own decision, and with it has a dimension to decide its structure. That ball is your physicality in the dimension of your soul, which is not tangible.
John.
How would you like it to be?
Sí.
And if I change the condition, would your soul allow your physicality to dance this way?
Well, Randy says in the Q&A, I will take the rotating ball of peace I saw tonight and share it with the souls of the people with whom I interact with, and they in turn share it as well. And that is how we get real world peace. Ed says, I would like to see it as a living essence of some kind, however it wishes to manifest itself in our environment. Our soul manifests as a human body. Would this soul need to manifest in the same way? Or could it be a light or gaseous? Or would it manifest on the soul level as a feeling of presence? Elias says, can this be the preview or manifestation of the new soul, which will be coming on March 21st, 2021?
In so many ways, that soul is unique, and it'll be the change of the course, it'll be change of the game. In so many ways, it could be the beginning of the structure, but in a way, we are showing the physical dimension to its existence.
Estamos mostrando la nueva dimensión de la existencia del alma.
In a way, we have to accept the totality. We have to accept the new dimension.
Tenemos que aceptar la nueva dimensión, la nueva totalidad. Integrarnos con esta nueva alma.
With this little simple video will change the course of humanity in a very, very rapid way. In the coming weeks, we'll show more. In the coming weeks, as we
Las próximas semanas mostraremos mucho más, todo relacionado con esto que hemos visto.
They will understand very rapidly that what tools they have in their hand is obsolete.
Los gobiernos se darán cuenta que todas las herramientas que tienen a mano son obsoletas.
Maybe Corona has been a good thing for humanity to stand still and think.
Posiblemente el coronavirus haya sido una ventaja para la humanidad, para poder entrar en la próxima fase próximo cambio.
Because we will see it, we understand it, and we will be enlightened by it. A lot of knowledge seekers sit, listen during the teaching or after the teaching, or people listen to it in years to come, and enlightens them in one way or another to expand the knowledge in the way they see it. But in essence, from now on, the knowledge of the universe is open to every man.
El conocimiento del universo está abierto a todo hombre en el universo.
To become totally one-dimensional towards coexistence in a peaceful manner.
Podrá existir en forma pacífica con todos. Todo.
In all the times man has been on this planet, and all the evidences we have never seen forces of the universe fighting each other in the space of this planet or within this ground, because they have everything they need. They have achieved a point of maturity that they don't need to fight for anything. And now it's time for the man to mature.
Es el momento de que el ser humano madure.
It'll be a very interesting time from now on, as in the coming time we bring you, as we said, the emotion of presence, emotion of knowledge, and every other emotion, that the man will start understanding more how to become mature. If there are no questions, shall we call it a day before you hit your 4-hour deadline?
Perhaps we can just hear from Chow here, who had a question in the Q&A, and he's got his hand up as well. And maybe we can end with that.
Yep.
That's
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Hello, Ms. Cash. This is Chow from China.
Este es
I have
Chao
a
de
question
China.
about the difference of the ALS and the MS in the aspect of the carbon change, because in your paper it is said the ALS, the carbon in the amino acid converts from conductor to insulator on a more permanent basis, and for MS, and you said that ALS is the reverse process carbon crystal structure to MS in neural communication line. So my question is, what's the difference between them in the carbon change?
Yeah, it's the conductivity according to the emotion and the strength of the emotion, and insulation according to that. If you look at the MS and if you look at the ILS, you see with the MS there is an inherently works a different operation and a different way of emotion. And conductivity of the carbon does not only apply to the what I call the copper side. It applies to the strength of the zinc side as well, the emotion side, the neural system. We see totally two different ways of approach in understanding and paralysis. The paralysis of the ILS is very different than the MS. The mindset is totally, and the emotion of the two are very, very different. We block one through the conductivity of physical dimension. We block one on the strength of the emotions structure. But at the end, both show the same kind of result. In ILS, you wish to die, terminate the contract. And body has to reset itself because he was said to die at age of 18.
Diferencias entre las distintas enfermedades mentales del ser humano.
And he accepted. With MS is I want attention.
Múltiple esclerosis y el ILS y el AMS y no sé qué otras letras.
Get into your soul.
Todo mucho.
Very different. totally
un
embody reacts
racionamiento
totally.
médico
If you
que está
see
relacionado
so
con
many
el alma de
people
la
with ILS and
persona.
MS, you will understand the huge difference between the approach of death. Even though MS is begging to be loved, ILS is begging to die, to terminate the contract. And even though they might look the same from outside, from inside it's totally different operation.
Can I ask you a detailed question? Because in the paper you said the MS, in MS, the carbon changes from insulator to insulator in a diamond structure and stays throughout the process of the illness. And for ALS, the carbon converts from conductor to insulator. So it seems like there are some difference between about the carbon structure.
Yes. Yes, it's the difference. One, as I said, it changes according to the strength of the emotion. One changes according to the strength of the wish, need. One works through the what we call neurosystem wish. One works through the physicality need. I wish to die. I terminate, because to us we look at the same thing, but it's not. One is emotion, and one is a need. And they have different strengths, and they manifest themselves in different operations of the carbon within the body. Carbon is a link of the
Sorry, a link of the
communication between it's a link of communication between every part of the man. Doesn't matter in the emotion side or in the physical side. That's why we always use carbon in all interactions. But it has different orientation and different strength. Very, very big difference. It's a very, very big difference. It's a massive difference between the two. And the orientation of the carbon to become an insulator, orientation of the carbon to behave like an insulator to stop the emotion. Man, the knowledge we have at the moment, we cannot stop emotion. But carbon in certain way, why in the past teachings, we always refer to the emotion of these things, because man, by choice, has blocked these emotions. Now has the freedom to learn from the soul. And that will come through again, understanding of the strength of the carbon within, the structure of the physicality of the body. This is why when you look at the soul, and that will come through again, understanding of the strength of the carbon within, the structure of the physicality of the body. This is why when you look at the structure of the brain, although it all looks white, but you see it in different shades and shadows. The shade of shadows of the brain, when you cut across it, is the strength of the carbon which is used in conjunction with magnesium.
Está analizando cómo el carbono se comporta como conductor, como aislante en las distintas enfermedades.
Because it can switch from conductor to resistor at a very, very low current.
El carbón
And then it comes
puede
back,
trabajar como un aislador o conductor y puede cambiar de una cosa a la otra con muy poca energía, como un transistor.
I want to be loved. I want to be hugged by the mother. We see majority of the people with MS have a psychosomatic condition in respect to their mother. With ILS, we see psychosomatic in condition to emotion of physicality and need. Why do we see so many sports people nowadays become ILS? Because in a physical dimension, what they wanted, a house, bigger money for their fee, is not there. Fame they were for is not there. So I want to die. I didn't get what I want. In a MS, we see the direction I want to be loved by my mother. It's the emotion. So it's a different structure of the carbon interaction.
En la esclerosis múltiple es el querer que la madre lo ame. Y si no lo logra, desea morir. Bueno, son todas distintas visiones de enfermedades que tienen que ver con el cuerpo emocional.
Thank you very much for today. I hope we opened a new cycle of knowledge and understanding. I hope we opened a new door for humanity to enter the universal community and understanding and the strength of the soul of the man. In so many ways, today, as I said, it's a Thanksgiving Day. Thank God for sharing the knowledge of universe with humanity. And I hope mankind will rise to this.
Estados Unidos celebra el día del agradecimiento. Y ojalá este sea el agradecimiento a que Dios nos ha facilitado este entendimiento.
Once again for another Knowledge Seekers workshop here. It's been the 356th Knowledge Seekers workshop for Thursday, November 26th, 2020. And we look forward to the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace coming up on Tuesday of next week at 4 p.m. Central European Time. And there's other public teachings as well in languages through the week, according to the schedules that you'll find on social media.
Varios cursos todos los días en distintos idiomas y todo.
There's one message to all the groups. We spread this in other groups. In all the public teaching, please avoid from mentioning everything about the cure or medical terminologies.
El mensaje del señor Keshe es que recuerden que en los cursos públicos eviten mencionar todo lo que tenga que ver con las enfermedades y todo lo que es relacionado con las curas médicas. Por el problema que están surgiendo con los proveedores del servicio que nos bloquean las páginas.
Specific rules on that in YouTube. We went over that in the plasma reactor group of Wednesday.
En otras palabras, los gobiernos nos están amordazando, no nos dejan hablar. La plena libertad de expresión se ha terminado.
YouTube and other social medias clamping down quite a bit on anything to do with the co-virus, if it's not to do with the WHO and their methods and ways of presenting. So keep that in mind with all the presentations that are coming up here, so we can continue.
Inclusive la Organización Mundial de la Salud, mismo ellos se contradicen en muchos de estos últimos comunicados. Ya no saben qué decir.
Thanks everyone for today. See you next time around.
Hello. We are the Keshe Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe. By teaching plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. By donating to us, you can help achieve this goal. keshefoundation.org/donate.
Muy bien. John, muchísimas gracias por el esfuerzo y lo que nos has aportado.
Gracias por tu paciencia. Pero los divagues muchas veces te vuelves loco, ¿eh?
La primera parte la has hecho extraordinario, no tienes que
Vos
pasar.
tienes la suerte de que no lo comprendes, pero hay cada divague que es espectacular.
Bueno,
Cómo
yo
mezclan la religión con el todo, mirá.
Bueno, voy a cerrar la grabación.
Eco.